I wonder who will hit the jackpot this week. How about that blonde Joseph? Nah, he's too slow. Or there's Arthur. But last time that weakling even struggled to carry my tray of food. Seeing as there's a science test this week, I suppose I better pick someone smart. That's when I spotted Jace. His dad's my family's driver. Yeah, that nerd definitely won't let me down. So I'm Victor. I'm 17 years old and I'm rich. My father's contributed so much money to this school that he has more power than the principal. So no matter what mischief I cause, the teachers know it's in their best interest to turn a blind eye. And look, I'm not only rich, but also handsome. Everyone wants to be my friend. Everyday girls chase after me, but tough luck for them. I'm already dating the hottest girl in school, Jessica. As for the boys, it's only fair they get to spend time with me. So each week I choose one of them to hang around with me and do my errands. Hey Jace, congrats dude, it's your lucky week. Sorry, could you choose someone else? Jace said timidly, then walked away. What? No one ever dared refuse me. I pulled his hand back, but he even spilled my juice box. That's it, nerd, you are so dead. The next day I was standing by my locker instructing Arthur to sort out my books when I overheard Jace talking to his friend about the science essay. Ugh. I totally forgot that we had to submit it online by midnight instead of in class. I know. I'll make Jace's assignment mine. Oh, genius. That afternoon I told my PE teacher that Jace was on duty. So she made him go tidy up the gym after class. Meanwhile, I went to his laptop and copied his work. Well, essay, done. Easy peasy. A few days later, the science teacher called the two of us to the office and asked why our assignments were identical. But hey, not only had I submitted it first, but I also had my foot on his neck. So of course I got to keep my A and Jace got an F. Ha! After school, Jace followed me to the car. Then when I was about to get in, he leaped in front of me and slammed the door shut. You're a cheater. You stole my assignment. Nah, I'm the one who has to say that. I submitted it first. Hearing us arguing, Jace's father stepped out of the car and frantically apologized to me for what his son did. You should know who you are. Your dad's just a servant, which makes you nothing. I smirked. Then I snatched the key from his dad's hand and jumped in the car. I'll get home by myself today. Bye, losers. That nerd had ruined my mood, and now I needed to cheer myself up with some fun. Oh boy, that party was awesome. As I passed through a tunnel, I turned the music volume up to max and swayed along. Suddenly, I looked up to see a truck whizzing towards me, so I swerved just in time and crashed into the road railing. Jeez, what the? I mumbled, then got out of the car. Anyway, I left my car there and got an Uber home. But hang on. Why was everyone driving on the left side of the road today instead of the right? Maybe the combination of alcohol and dizziness was making me imagine stuff. I opened my eyes and stretched out my arms. Ouch! This wasn't my room. In my drunken haze, I must have wandered into someone's shabby home. I rushed out of there and ran downstairs to find my mom and dad in the kitchen having breakfast. Victor, hurry up, else you'll be late. Oh, don't forget you're helping your mom out in the grocery store after school. What's with all this role-playing? Where am I? Terrified, I ran outside to check. What? The address is correct, 138 Riverside, but my house was a magnificent mansion. What's this hovel? Surely this is just some dream, right? I rushed back into the house and shouted, Mom, Dad, what's happened to our mansion? Son, are you dreaming? Haha, us rich enough to have a mansion. Now that's an unlikely thought. Now go change your clothes and I'll take you to school. No way. This was just a bad dream. Which often ends when we reach another location, right? Maybe when I get to school, everything will return to normal. Oh, school looks exactly the same. I was so relieved. I walked along the corridor and greeted people. Huh? Why were they blanking me? Ugh, have they forgotten who's the boss around here? But never mind, there's my honey bunch Jessica. I ran over to her and kissed her cheek. But I hugged my cheek in shock. My head was spinning, then suddenly someone nudged me from behind. It was Jace? I grabbed his collar. How dare he mess with me right in front of Jessica? Get your hands off my boyfriend. You're Jace's choice this week, so mind your attitude. Jace chose me? Who do you think you are? A dog-poor dude like you wouldn't be able to have a proper life and to attend this school without my family. Take a look at yourself. Honey, ignore him. Let's go. Jessica rubbed his arm and then they both left. I stood there dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? I felt like I tumbled into an alternate universe. I slapped myself in the face to snap out of it. Ouch! Why wasn't I waking up from this nightmare? This all started with that tunnel, right? If that was the door into this world, then it would also be the door out of this insanity. So I got in a cab to go back there. But wait, where was the tunnel? I made the driver go back and forth a few times, but it wasn't there. Then I ran out of money for the ride back, so the driver just left me there. Bewildered, I wandered around aimlessly till I reached a grocery store, where I spotted my mom working. Gosh, my mom, who always had servants around, now had to work her butt off? I couldn't bear seeing her like this and rushed over to help her. The next day I woke up early and thought that I'd choose a decent outfit to go to school. Well, life has to go on, so while I'm still stuck here, I should at least play my part. But, this version of me has terrible fashion taste. And look, now I've turned into a real nerd. I need to change it up a bit. When I arrived at school and opened my locker, there was a list of orders from Jace. What? Clean all of the dirt off his sneakers? This was nonsense. So I threw the piece of paper into the trash. Then out of nowhere, Arthur quickly picked it up and whispered into my ear. Dude, I suggest you do as Jace says. Why? He's ridiculous. To keep the peace. No one actually likes him. We're only nice to him because we don't want any trouble. And seeing Jace approaching, Arthur hurried away. Over the next few days, I saw it firsthand. People sucked up to Jace, but then behind his back, they were mean about him. He walked around like he ruled the school. He even got one kid expelled just because they reported him when he cheated on an exam. Such a spoiled brat. Also, Jessica was such a gold digger. One time I caught her flirting with one of those basketball guys. I even overheard her say, if Jace wasn't a rich kid, I wouldn't look at him twice. He's just an ATM to me. Hang on, if Jess thought that about Jace, then did she think the same way about me when we were dating? So all this time, Jace never had a real friend, just like me before. Honestly, he was detestable, but pitiable at the same time. After that, I noticed that Jess kept on giving me these flirty looks. I didn't want any trouble, so I ignored her. Then one time when I was in the hallway, she stormed over to me and yelled, "Why are you avoiding me? No one ever rejects me." I was trying to stay away from her. Then, from nowhere, Jace appeared throwing a tantrum. "What's this about?" I didn't have a chance to explain as Jess immediately rushed over to Jace. "Honey, he keeps approaching me. He won't leave me alone." "It's not like that. She's using you." I looked at him in panic. "Parking lot, 3:30 p.m. You'll pay for messing with my girlfriend." Then the two walked away, hands in hands. So after school, I nervously went to the parking lot. He threw the car key at me and sneered, "Drive! You better do as I say or else I'll make sure you're expelled." It didn't look like I had much of a choice. So I decided to go with him to find out what that maggot would do. He made me drive him home. Simple enough. But then as soon as I opened the door, my dad appeared, and in a pleading voice said to Jace, "Please, sir, don't have my son expelled." "Dad, what are you doing?" "Apologize to him at once, no matter what the reason is." Dad looked at me with steady eyes. Jace sneered at my dad and said, "How about you take the blame so we won't get expelled?" Then he threw a bunch of money at my dad's face. "You're fired." I shouted at him, "You can't treat people awfully just because you have money." "Victor, stop. You're wrong." "Please, I saved you from the accident, so please forgive my son." Then Dad pulled one trouser leg to reveal his artificial leg. That was the first time I saw my dad cry. Wait, this reminded me of what happened last year. I was being such a jerk to this guy that he purposefully drove towards me for vengeance. But Jace's dad darted forward and pushed me out of the way. I know he was badly injured, but as an insouciant boy, I didn't think it was a big deal. Whoa, I really was so arrogant. I expected everyone to bow down to me, and I actually thought everyone wanted to be my friend, when in actual fact, I had no true friends at all. My head felt like it was going to explode. I wanted to run away, so I jumped into the car and drove away without thinking. I stopped the car when I saw it, the tunnel that had changed my life. Suddenly, this blinding light shone straight into my eyes. The next thing I knew, both me and the car were gravitating towards the light. Huh? Where am I? It looks like a hospital. Then I heard a yelp of delight and someone held my hand tightly. Oh, it was my mom. "Thank goodness you're awake," she said, as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mom, Dad, why am I here? What day is it today?" "Son, it's May 22nd. You've been in a coma for the past 3 months. We weren't even sure if you were going to make it." It turns out that day, on the way home from the party, in the tunnel, I had a terrible car crash and ended up in a coma. So what I'd been through was just a dream, right? But the odd thing was that the time I'd lived in that mysterious world completely coincided with the time when I was in the coma. Could parallel universes be physically real? Whatever that strange universe was about, one thing was for sure. I'd learned my lesson. After being discharged from the hospital, I went back to being Victor, Jack a dandy. But don't get me wrong, I was not the extravagant me of the past. No, I'm a changed guy. The first thing I did when I returned to my normal life was to break up with that gold digger Jessica. But the hungry leech kept begging me to get back together. How shameless. Next, I for sure have to stop making other kids do my errands, and started to have small talk with them instead of giving orders. Now there was only one thing left to do. I needed to make amends with Jace. I asked my parents to give his dad a raise, and also throw a little dinner party this weekend to invite his family around. As I felt bad that I haven't had a chance to thank Jace's dad properly for what he did for me last year. Of course, my parents gladly agreed and said that they're proud of me for being so thoughtful. So I'm preparing a little peacemaker gift for Jace too. I bet this is gonna make him geek out all the way.
98, 99, one more to go. And 200,000 followers! It looks like I'm making quite an impression on the world. Hey, you're looking at the hottest beauty and lifestyle influencer of Park Springs High School. Beauty and brains? I have both. It's not surprising, is it? Obviously, a girl like me gets loads of attention. Oh, there our nerdy Ben is, my #1 fanboy. He's always following me around school and offering to help me with, well, everything. I can't blame him. I mean, I'm basically his queen. Hey, Ben. I didn't see you at my locker as usual. Are you good? I'm out of money today, so... Wait, Ben, don't say it like that. People will think I mugged you or something. I never ask for those groceries or sundries. Yes, you don't. Sorry. Okay, so that was weird. Then things got even stranger when I overheard Christine telling her friends that after being exposed, an anonymous IG singer's followers had skyrocketed to a whopping 500,000. But the thing was, she went to school here. She's that nobody in bio class, Stella. Stella hurried past me into class, followed by a flock of people trying to take her pic and asking her to sing. Blah, blah, blah. Some of the boys even offered to take her home after class. Poof! Please! What were they thinking? Ugh! She could play the fragile and confused act on these losers, but she didn't fool me. The dropped book scenario was so overrated. But, why was Ben rushing to pick it up? What a traitor! Ben? Where's my homework? He couldn't even come up with a better excuse than, I went out last night. This was baloney. I just heard him offer to help Stella with her homework. And guess what? This girl, still with her Little Miss shy facade up, told Ben that she could do her own essay. Ugh. Did she think she was Beyoncé or what? Acting all high and thinking she's the beacon of the universe? I was furious. So she wanted a taste of fame, huh? Let's just say, as a senior in this field, having experienced its downside, it was time I taught her some manners. After that, I made sure she became the main topic of every single talk in school. Hey, she needed to learn how this fame game worked. Everyone was giggling, pointing, and whispering behind her back. She had to cover herself with a hoodie that hid half of her face and walk through school in anxiety. Yeah, I know that paranoid feeling all too well when you obsess with why people keep on giving you odd looks. Then one day, I was putting my books back in my locker when I glimpsed someone running past me crying. It was Stella. And she dropped a note that said, "If I were you, I wouldn't have shown up at school ever again. You're a joke." Gosh, do people even say these things? This was way too harsh. What happened? For God's sake. He didn't think I was the one who wrote this, did he? From that day on, Ben completely ignored me. And worse, he was glued to Stella, comforting her as people talked behind her back. Ugh. Then one day, I was tying my shoelaces when I heard some cheerleaders trying to open someone's phone. Right at that moment, Stella stepped out of the shower stall. Upset to see others violating her privacy, she tried to fight back. But oh boy, this wallflower couldn't even make them budge. Fine, I'll help her. But only this time. You tattletale! You think you run the place now just because you're popular? Go tell Ben I didn't put that note in your locker. Better yet, call him right now. Oh, come on. Just run to the bleachers and tell that nerd. Go! What are you looking at? I went over to the bleachers to find Ben comforting Stella. What now? Snitching on me again? Actually, Stella was just telling me that you didn't write that note. Could you be any more foolish? So, you're just gonna bluntly do whatever I tell you to? Don't mind her. It's just who she is. A bit rough, but a truly great friend. I don't make friends. Yeah, I'd learned it the hard way. Back in my early days on Instagram, the only friend I trusted posted a video of me changing in the school's shower stall. I still had my tea inside my shirt, but that taught me a cruel lesson about friendships and fame. When you're famous, people will always want something from you. You can't trust anyone at all. You hear me? Stella! Who's that? Liam, Stella's friend from the music club. They look good together, don't they? What? Are you jealous of him or something? For that silly chick? Ben didn't say anything, but just blankly stared at them. Huh? He never looked at me like that anymore. Now I was no longer the Instagram queen. That meant I was no longer his queen. It was true there was no one I could trust. A few days later, there was a big football match. We were going up against our rival school for the final, and Stella was singing the national anthem. Even the mayor and a local TV station showed up for it. Crazy! Ben was part of the AV team, so when some dude told me Ben wanted to talk to me, I went to the AV room to find him. What did he want to talk about? Hopefully not something to do with Stella. Ugh! But as I got there, no one was around. Huh? Right at that moment, the screen showed Stella stepping up to the podium preparing to sing. But instead of the soothing melody, a string of strange, distorted sounds came out of her mic. What was going on? What are you doing here? Ashley! He pushed me aside and hurriedly fixed the sound system. And just a minute later, things were back to normal and Stella could restart the song. Ben gave me an accusing look, then dragged me behind the bleachers, where we met up with Stella and Liam. Then Ben told her I'd messed with her mic. Ugh! How could he think I was capable of something like that? Meanwhile, this Liam guy stepped in, saying it could have been a technical error. Yeah, whatever. I went to leave, but Liam caught up with me. Weird. Weren't he and Stella having a thing? He immediately denied it, saying they were just acquaintances from music club. But I've been wanting to get closer to you for a while. You're the true Instagram queen, not Stella. Whoa, this guy was a top-class jerk. Just a minute ago, he had his hands wrapped around Stella, and now he was trying to leech onto me. He even started leaning in to kiss me on the cheek. Quickly, I dodged it as I met Stella's gloomy look from behind. Yikes. It was time to get out of here. I didn't sleep so well. Ugh. All this stress was bad for my skin. So I was groggily making my way along the school corridor when Stella stormed up to me. It was you, wasn't it? You were so mean to me. threatening to delete my IG account because you were so jealous Ben had left you for me. Now it's really gone, and it's all your fault. What are you talking about? I had nothing to do with your stupid account. Yeah, I gossiped about you to mess with you a bit, but that was all. And you think I did it too? Excuse me? Did he just ignore me? And there Ben was, my so-called friend who turned his back at me right at the moment I needed him the most. And I never threatened to delete her account. Why did she make it up? Was she that jealous of me and Liam yesterday? What's this? An unexpected message from Liam said,
"Hey Ashley, don't worry, sweetie. I've got your back. What do you say we meet at 8 p.m. in the park?"
Ugh, this shameless, two-faced jerk. What was he up to this time? So after class, I slid a note into Stella's locker, pretending to be from Liam, saying,
"I have a surprise for you. See you at 8 p.m. in the park."
I arrived on time to find Liam already waiting. He kept putting on this simping act like he was madly in love with me or something.
"I can help you prove everything, and I only ask for one tiny favor, that you'll be my girlfriend."
You can do that? But how?
Well, you can just simply put the blame on someone else. Let's say, Ben? Oh, honey, you don't have to do anything. Just come to me and let your man handle it.
Ugh, this guy made me want to barf. But I still had to play it cool so I could figure out what this dude had up his sleeves. Sounds interesting, but I want to know more. How are you going to carry out your master plan?
Honey, I've already got all the pieces of evidence in my hands.
You mean?
That's right. I was the one who deleted Stella's IG account, and I know a way to blame it on someone else.
You did what? Ashley, I let my jealousy blind me. So when I saw him flirting with you right in front of me, I just lost it. At least you're not the only fool around here. He played both of us. And for the record, he's so not my type. Your type? Let me guess. Someone like Ben? He's such an idiot. He'd never realize I have feelings for him. But you're more of his type than I am. Besides, the way he just abandoned me when I needed him the most.
Ashley, I didn't mean to hurt you like that.
What? You've been there the entire time?
Yeah, I've heard it all, including the part about how you have feelings for me. Look, it's not what you think. I'm not into Stella that way. The thing is, I saw her singing at a coffee shop and realized right away she's my favorite anonymous singer on Instagram, so I sort of revealed her identity online. One thing led to another. I felt so guilty I just stayed by Stella's side and accidentally pushed you away. And it's not that I don't trust you. After you left, I tried to convince everyone you didn't do it, but they didn't believe me. Then Stella showed me the note in her locker of Liam asking her out, and I recognized your handwriting. I got worried, so...
So, you didn't turn on me?
Yeah, I know you can seem cold sometimes, but deep down you have a good heart.
So, turns out that Stella going viral meant some local lounge singer had lost a lot of gigs, so she hired Liam to delete Stella's account for good. This guy was no joke. The note, the cheerleaders, the mic accident, he was responsible for it all. Luckily for me, I'd managed to put my phone on record mode for the entire conversation I had with him. So the next day, I went ahead and reported him to the principal. Well, no bad deed goes unpunished, so I hope you enjoy your indefinite suspension, Liam. As for me, I no longer go solo anymore, as I have a new friend by my side, who now has quit social media and enjoys her passion for singing. And Ben is still Ben. Such a doofus. But my doofus.
Hey there, I'm Connor, and something really creepy happened to me, so I'm going to tell you all about it. I have to warn you though, it's on the spooky side. So there's a chance it may freak you out so much you have to sleep with the lights on. There's also a chance you won't believe me, and that's up to you, but please remember that this is real for me. I believe in this stuff, and always have. In fact, I've been obsessed with the afterlife since I was little. I used to have open dreams, where strangers would come and try to connect with me. It was often ambiguous that I barely saw their faces. All I could remember after awakening was just a shadowy or indistinct shape with strange gestures, like a message. When I told my parents about them, my mom made it out that it was all nonsense, but my grandma assured me that there might be some spirits trying to tell me something. She told me not to worry, as most spirits had no intention of causing me harm. Sometimes these spirits would tell me things. Once, one appeared with a dog. Then a month later, my dad came home with a puppy. Then another time, I dreamt that Grandma had passed away. I didn't dare to tell anyone about that dream. I was so scared it would come true. Then, you guessed it, a few months later, she died. I came to dread those dreams, and worst of all, now I didn't have Grandma to confide in about them. To be fair, as I grew older, the dreams stopped, but my fascination with the afterlife didn't. I knew not to mess around with this kind of stuff, as doing so was bad news. Grandma had always told me that. But then I started dating Jennifer, and I really wanted to show her this side to the world. So I bought a Ouija board from Amazon. Well, it's a flat board with letters and numbers on it that's used as a gateway to the spirit world. I knew the rules. Never try this at home, as that was asking for trouble. The last thing I needed was to unleash a poltergeist or something worse in my house. Also, never ask the spirit to show themselves. So the plan was to sneak into the old house in my neighborhood that had just sold and was currently empty. I told Jennifer about my plan. She'd never done anything like this before, and although she was skeptical, she was also excited. That's what I love about her. She's so brave and adventurous. We met in the house's front yard at 3 a.m. as we planned, and both of us were seriously in the mood when we were trying to break into it. Yeah, I know, this sounds bad. But we didn't want to make a mess of the place or anything, we just wanted somewhere empty where we could test out the board. Firstly, we set the mood by lighting candles, incense, and burning sage. Before I started, I grabbed Jennifer's hand and said out loud, "Please don't show up, evil forces." Then I placed a silver coin on the board to deter bad spirits. Then we both placed our index fingers on the planchette, which is a movable pointer, and took a deep breath. I called out into the darkness, "Is anyone there? If spirits are living here, please talk to us." Nothing. Not even the slightest bit of wind. Jennifer laughed, and this annoyed me. I suppose she could tell from my face that I was mad. So she smiled at me and said, "I'm sorry, let's try again." Then placed her finger back. Then I said, "If there's anyone there, we would like to make contact." I was getting goosebumps right at that moment. And the wind started to pick up. The stillness broke, and the darkness around us seemed to move. Excited, I yelled out, "Is anyone there?" Then it got super crazy. Like it was this scene from a movie with dirt swirling around us. The planchette started moving slowly. Jennifer looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" "It's not me, I promise," I replied. I looked up at her, and the moment our eyes met, we knew the planchette was moving by itself. I continued asking, "How many spirits are there?" It took a minute of silence for the planchette to move to 1. It was becoming interesting. "Are you a good spirit?" It moved faster. YOUGUESS. Okay, I considered it a yes, and continued questioning it on some simpler things. "Can I know your name?" The answer was SAMEASHER. At this point, I could hear Jennifer freak out. It was kind of creepy because I didn't call her name even once. I said, "If you're really here, prove it." Jennifer jumped up. "Hey, we promised not to ever ask it to prove its appearance." Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew out one of the candles. Jennifer yelled at me to stop this now. Then she ran out of there. I quickly said to the spirit, "Nice to know you, but it's time for us to go. Goodbye." And at the same time swept the planchette over the goodbye symbol on the board to quit. Then I picked up the stuff and chased after Jennifer to check if she was okay. She was completely freaked out and told me she was never doing that again. The problem was, I couldn't stop thinking about the spirit. The new owners would soon move into the house, so I didn't have many opportunities left to go back there. So 1 week later, again at 3 a.m., I persuaded my daredevil friends Austin and Miguel to meet me there. I set the board up, and we began. I asked a few questions, and nothing happened at first. Then after a while, the board kept pointing out meaningless letters. I actually thought it was the others messing about. They soon got bored and all thought it was just my imagination all the time. Feeling annoyed, Austin left to go to the toilet, and Miguel and I carried on. I believed in my previous experience, so I persistently continued asking, "Do you know who's in the toilet now?" But still, the board only gave out random numbers. When Austin came back, Miguel gave Austin the numbers we'd recorded and said that this time it might not work and we should just go. The color drained from his face. It turns out the numbers were his own social security number. Austin began accusing this of being a setup. I told him it wasn't. I guess he was curious as he sat back down and joined in. And that's when Miguel asked a stupid question. "How much longer is this loser Connor kid alive?" I gave him a dirty look and said, "I told you not to joke around." Then the planchette started moving, stopping on the number 1, then 0. 10 years. I only have 10 years left. This was awful. I was too young to die in just 10 years' time. But no, the planchette continued to move. And to my horror, I watched it go between the letters D, A, Y, S. "Quit it, guys. This isn't funny," I shouted out to them. They stared back at me with a mixture of shock and fear. Okay, I was pretty sure they hadn't moved it. They urged me to end the game and go home, not forgetting to tell me to never play this game again. Easy for them to say. They're not the ones being told they will die in 10 days. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. It was awful. I was so stressed out it took me ages to fall asleep. Then when I eventually did, I had an open dream. I dreamt of a spirit girl who was walking to school with me. Then suddenly she pushed me into traffic and a car was coming. I woke up in hot sweats. 3 days later, I sneaked to the house again by myself and asked only one question. "How much longer do I live?" And she answered, 7 DAYS. So it couldn't be a random answer. The spirit was counting down my remaining days on Earth. 3 days later, I still couldn't stop myself from going there and repeating the same question again, and the answer was 4. I couldn't just wait to die. I had to do something. So I told my parents about it, but they didn't believe me, and even scolded me for playing weird games so late at night. On the day my time was meant to be up, they saw the state I was in. I couldn't stop shaking and refused to get out of bed. There was no way I was going near a road today, so my mom rang the school and said I was sick. Then she stayed home from work and barely left my side. That day went so slowly, but nothing happened. It's a month later now and I'm still alive. I did end up grounded for 3 months for sneaking out at night and terrifying my parents. When my punishment's over, there's no way I'll be taking the Ouija board to any more empty houses. In fact, I've stuck it in the attic and that's where it's staying forever. So that's my story. You can decide for yourself if you're willing to try it or not. But my main advice to you is don't meddle with this stuff, as it's definitely not worth it.
Ouch! My head felt like it had been hit with a brick. Why was the room so bright? And what were those monotonous beeping sounds? Was this a hospital? I used up all my strength to pull myself into a sitting position. Then a nurse walked into the room. Why am I here? I stuttered out in confusion. She smiled over at me and replied, "Oh, you're awake. What a miracle! Both you and your baby are fine now." Huh? What on earth was she talking about? My look must have said it all, as her smile dropped. "Honey, you were in an accident and lost a lot of blood. You've been in a coma for the last month. And as you're pregnant, there was a worry that both of you wouldn't make it. But it's all okay now." What? I've been asleep for a whole month? Concerned, I asked her. "My parents, where are they?" "Oh, they're so busy, so they asked us to take care of you," she said as she fluffed out my pillows. Yeah, that sounds about right, as my parents were always busy. They hated wasting time, on me especially. I put my hand on my swollen stomach and tried to recall the accident, but why couldn't I remember it? Come to think of it, I didn't even remember who the daddy was. A sharp pain shot through my head, so I clutched it with both hands. Then I cried out to the nurse, "Why don't I remember anything?" Seeing this, the nurse hurried off to find a doctor. Tests were carried out, and guess what? Turns out I have short-term memory loss. The following days on my sickbed, I had nothing to do but think. Finally, a memory came to me. It was me and my bestie, Cecilia. There was Christmas music playing, and we giggled as we prepared wasabi-covered cookies to trick our friends. Now it's summer already? Ugh! So that meant I'd already graduated. Suddenly I heard footsteps. It was Cecilia! In the doorway with a huge bouquet of sunflowers. I can't even begin to explain how good it felt to see her. We hugged for like 100 times. Then, unable to contain my patience, I eagerly jumped into the question. Now, please tell me everything. Why was I in an accident? And who's the baby's daddy? I mean, she's my bestie, so if anyone knew anything, I figured it'd be her, right? But to my dismay, she just shook her head. Sorry, Dora. I don't know anything about the accident. But, the dad's probably Louis. I spluttered out in surprise. What? Louis, as in the Star Wars geek from math class? So, turns out Louis and I have been in love for a while. She also said she'd been shocked at first when a rebellious girl like me fell for a straight-A student like him. Louis. Really? Me and Louis? If so, then why hasn't he visited me? Seeing how dumbfounded I looked, Cecilia continued. Look, I think you should go find Louis and sort this out. So, as soon as I was discharged from the hospital, I went around to Louis's house. He answered the door and gave me this dirty look. What do you want? We're through, like ages ago. Then he slammed the door in my face. This was confusing and annoying. He's the reason I can't get into my favorite pants. He needs to man up. So I went back to his house the next day, adamant I would have answers. Only his mom answered the door and said he was at college. I drove there and spotted him walking across campus. Fuming, I charged up to him and grabbed his arm. Louis, if you walk away from me again, I swear I will scream. He looked super uncomfortable, but had no choice but to follow me to a nearby coffee house. At first, the silence was awkward. I just couldn't stop staring at the gross shirt he was wearing. What did I ever see in this guy? But then he spoke up. Talk already. I have an important assignment due tomorrow. I slammed my fists onto the table and yelled out, I'm pregnant, and it's yours. What? Impossible. His eyes popped. Oh, so you think you can just shirk your responsibilities by some words like that? How many months are you? Well, Louis, I'm 3 months pregnant. He let out a sigh of relief. Now that's clear. We broke up 4 months ago. It's definitely not mine. Must be Kai's. Kai? Who's Kai? I was seriously confused. Had he made up this guy just to get off the hook? This is just typical of you. He snarled at me. Kai is the biker dude you cheated on me with. After that, he gulped back his drink, then growled out, Goodbye, Dora. Then left. Oh boy, this was a lot to take in. Didn't know what to do. I sent Cecilia a message asking if she was free to talk, and the okay message from her arrived within a minute. When I arrived at her house, I saw a man leaving on his bike. So as soon as she answered the door, I winked at her. Who is that guy? Don't tell me he's your new BF. Cecilia gave me a sheepish look. Nah, just an acquaintance. Then she quickly pulled me inside. So, what happened with Louis? I want to know everything. Dropping myself on the couch, I sighed and told her all about my not-so-pleasant encounter with my ex. Wow, he's such a jerk. Cecilia, do you think I need to go see this Kai? Maybe he's the father. No! She interrupted me. I mean, you barely know the guy. I raised my eyebrow. Do you know him? Cecilia looked like a rabbit caught in headlights. Okay, this was odd. Was she hiding something? I was about to press her for more information when suddenly we heard the door open. Oops, I forgot my phone. A cute guy in bike leathers walked in. Was he the guy I'd just seen leaving? Then he gave me this puzzled look. Dora! Huh? Why aren't you in Italy? I must have been giving him a funny look, as he rubbed his head, then continued. How could you just leave without saying a word? I'm sorry, do you know me? He looked puzzled. Huh? What are you saying? It's me, Kai. I froze, and my heart was about to break free from my chest. Kai? You're Kai? The father of my baby? Kai glared at me. What baby? What are you talking about? None of this made sense to me either, so I just blurted out, there was an accident, and now I'm suffering from memory loss. I can't remember anything. Well, anything that happened after last Christmas. And, yeah, I'm also pregnant. As soon as I finished speaking, Kai turned to look at Cecilia, who was nervously chewing on her nails. Cecilia, why did you tell me that Dora was studying in Italy? She pleaded out. Kai, please. I just don't want you to be caught up in her mess. You deserve better than this. Than her. What? So Cecilia had been lying to me all along? While she actually knew who the father was? Gosh, what kind of friend does that? I was about to scream at her. Then Kai said, Anyway, Dora, I'm sorry, but the baby can't be mine, as we've only kissed and nothing more. The room started spinning. I rushed outside. I needed some time alone to process this. Honestly, it felt like the whole world was against me. My memory had failed me, my parents didn't care, my best friend had betrayed me, and now I had no recollection of who my baby's father was. What a tragic mess I was. I arrived home in the worst mood possible. But my parents were still too busy on their laptops to notice it. In a cold tone, Mom just said, Have you figured out who's the father yet? I silently shook my head. Dad snorted. God, all you use your head for is a hat rack or what? You got yourself in this, so just go solve it yourself. Ugh, why did they talk as if they ever cared to help me? Please, I've always solved things on my own. Frustrated, I stormed right off to my room. I was sitting by the window, staring out into the void, when my phone beeped. It was Cecilia. Just the thought of her drove me mad, so much that I flung the phone onto the floor without even checking the text. Then came another beep, so I bent down to pick it up, when suddenly I saw something poking out under my bed. It was a lighter with the name Stanley engraved in it. Hang on. Stanley. That did ring some bells. I remember now. Lewis broke up with me 4 months ago. But not because of Kai. No, it was because he was going to a prestigious college, and he thought my carefree attitude would cramp his style. Embracing my new single life, I drove to Key West Island and partied hard for a few days. And that's when I met Stanley at a bar. So he was the father. But now what? I mean, I had no way of contacting him. But even if I could find him, then what? I didn't love him. I didn't even know the guy. And I didn't want to be attached to him just for the baby. And when I came back to town, I grew closer to Kai. Only Cecilia didn't like this. So she confronted me at school and insisted that I'd stolen her man. I rolled my eyes and told her, You're ridiculous. Kai doesn't even like you. He likes me. The next thing I remembered was firm hands pressing against my back, and then I slipped and fell down the stairs. And the rest is history. Ugh! Cecilia was such a heartless monster! Her jealous rage could have killed me and my baby. I patted my belly. Thank God we were both okay. I just needed to figure out what I was going to do now. So, after many days of thinking, I decided what I'm going to do. I want to be a single mother. Hey, I know I can do this. There's no way I'll be as bad as my parents are, which is why I'm here looking for some books on parenting. Ugh, why do they put these books so high up? It's so inconsiderate. Right on cue, someone came to my rescue, reached up and grabbed the book I wanted, then passed it to me. I was about to thank this kind-hearted Samaritan when... Hang on. Kai! I put the book down and hurried out of there without saying a word. He shouted after me, but I didn't look back. I just didn't want to be dragged into this drama between Kai and Cecilia. Being through one coma was enough. The next day, I was scrolling through a baby name site when Mum shouted that there was someone at the door for me. I went downstairs to see Kai, standing there with heavy bags in both hands. He gave a coy look and said, "This is for you. And the baby." This made me feel uneasy. I mean, I felt so bad for him. Seeing my reaction, he continued, "I should have told you how I felt from the beginning, and then things would have been different. I like you. I mean, I really do. I love you, Dora, and I want to raise this baby with you." I couldn't believe Kai still loved me, even when I'm carrying another man's baby. He's willing to welcome this baby with all his heart. In that case, I suppose you better come in. I smiled at him while holding the door open. Okay, so sometimes life likes to throw crazy surprises at you. But hey, they make sure things are more interesting. I'm sure it won't shock you to learn that I don't talk to Cecilia or Louis anymore. Poof, those losers don't deserve me. As for Kai, we now live together, and we can't wait for the baby to arrive. But tough luck, Kai, as there's no way we're calling them Kai Jr.
Blue sky, white clouds, golden sand. Such a perfect day for sunbathing on this luxury Hawaiian beach, while being served by Kirby, my archenemy. That brat used to tease me all the time about my old clothes and messy hair. Little did she know, I was secretly a millionaire. Earth to Clarine. Castle building all day won't fill your stomach. Finish your shift and go home. Well, Mary, who doesn't want to get rich? Sadly, some of us can only dream about it. If you want to be Cinderella, then go find yourself a prince. Just not Danny. He's just as poor as us. Do not underestimate my Danny. My precious heart fell for him for a reason. It's just that he doesn't seem to realize that we're destined for each other yet. But Mary was right. My dinner won't cook itself. Let's see what we can afford for tonight. My dad left us when I was 4, and since then, Mom worked her socks off to provide for us. So it was down to me to also work to save up for my law school dream. All of a sudden, groceries started raining down on me. Bottles tumbled off the shelves and broke into pieces right by my feet. Ah! Is it an earthquake? I stooped down and prayed until it stopped. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but geez, it sure left a freaking mess. Warren, the store owner, looked distraught. This place was all he had, so I helped him clean up and place anything undamaged back on the shelves. Before you leave, please take this as a token of my gratitude. I hope it brings you luck. A lottery ticket? I don't know how this game works. I'll show you. It's simple. Each ticket has a unique set of numbers. Just check the results on TV tonight and see if they match. Let me see. Your numbers are 15, 26, 14, 48, 07, 23. Hey, those are the lucky numbers that have been on my mind all day. I want that ticket. Kirby, stop poking your nose in my business, will you? Sorry, miss, that's the last ticket today, and I already gave it to Clarine. Then I'll buy it. Here's your $2. Give it to me. You wish. I didn't really care about this ticket, but there's no way I was going to let her get what she wanted. And surely she wouldn't leave me alone. How about $10? That's a fortune to the likes of you. No thanks. I'd rather win millions instead and make you my maid. Look, you'll never get anything from me, be it this ticket or Danny. Just give up. Fine! Let me skip this stupid ticket, but Danny, never! Why are we always bickering, you ask? Well, we're both competing for the heart of Danny. Tennis extraordinaire and brooding Adonis. Actually, I thought I had more advantage as we worked part-time at the same restaurant. But nope, Danny was such a cold fish. I tried again and again, but every single time, he just gave me a soulless thank you and that's it. If only I could build him his own tennis courts, perhaps he'd change his attitude. But that's impossible for a poor girl like me, unless I somehow hit the jackpot. The lucky numbers today are 48, 07, 15. Should I add winning the lottery to my daydream list? 26, 14. Is it just me, or do those numbers sound familiar? No way. It can't be. And the mega ball is 23. Now if your ticket has all 6 numbers, you win over $20 million. Play on. Me. I think I just become a millionaire. God had answered my prayers. What? Kirby's here too? The ticket must have hit it for real. I rushed there to rummage through the trash. And, here it is. It's mine. As if. Let's go ask Warren who this ticket belongs to then. Brilliant. And then give him a third of the prize? Do you really expect him not to ask for a share? Right. Okay, let it go and I'll give you a 30% share. Great ratio, but 30% is a perfect fit for you. I'll take 70%. And Danny. Oh, that's how you want to play. Fine then. How about whoever wins Danny's heart gets 70%? Deal. So we agreed to hide the lottery ticket in a trunk with 2 locks. Each of us kept 1 key to it. Then we buried it in a bush at school. Looks like the secret race between us starts now. Kirby wasted no time and brought Danny the showiest lunches ever. But he kept up his cold exterior and barely acknowledged her. Seems like I need a more delicate approach. So I told Mary to arrange a team-building game among the restaurant staff, in which we all had to answer the same questions to understand one another better. Oh look! He liked watching Star Trek, listening to Sam Smith, and reading Harry Potter like me. Oh, Danny boy, I told you we were destined to be a pair. Next question. What is the key to maintaining a long-term relationship? There's our very first answer. Feelings? Come on, Danny, be realistic. What uses do feelings have if you can even afford to go on a date? Poor people can also be happy in love, but I don't think pragmatic people like you can. No, he misunderstood what I meant. After that, he ignored me completely. Worse still, kooky Kirby never left him alone. She even brought the whole cheerleading team to do this ridiculous routine while he was playing. Who cheers on a tennis court? She was going big, so I needed to step up my game. It's time to bust out my college savings. I spent the whole day at the mall buying him gifts and giving myself a makeover. This is the first time in my life I've spent my hard-earned money without considering the price. It feels so good, but at the same time, kind of bad. But I could make it up with the lottery money once I got Danny's heart. Look, I saw this watch and I immediately thought of you. I even met a professional tennis player at the mall. Can you believe it? And they told me this racket is the best. What do you think?
You're crazy. This costs thousands. Why are you doing this?
That's not the reaction I was expecting. But I like you, Danny. I've not been brave enough to tell you this because I had nothing. But soon, my life would change and I can give you everything.
I don't need those things. You're so wasteful and superficial. You really think money can buy anything, including feelings?
Why was he so mad at me? I thought he must have noticed that I'd worked really hard for all this, and even made myself look prettier for him. Okay, he might not like my gifts, but is it so bad that I want to be a little generous to myself now that I have some money? Things got even worse when later I arrived at work to see Kirby booking out the entire restaurant to let her, Danny, take a rest and enjoy dinner with her. Fine, you win, Kirby. I give up. Nothing, basically nothing went the way I wanted. My luck, my money, my man. Now I'm fine with just the 30% God gave me. I'm done chasing anyone. Only my stray friends understand me. Muffin, Brownie, Oreo. Wait, where's Cupcake? Looking for him? Let him go. This wasteful, superficial girl needs to make sure he's not starving. So you're the one who feeds them every day? Why do you care? Go back to your date with Kirby. I'm just a materialist who thinks money solves everything. I'm sorry for how I acted earlier. It's just that, at home, I'm surrounded by people who are all about money. So I hate that way of life. Why are you talking like you come from money or something? Yeah, kinda. My parents are the presidents of Sunland Corp. What? The biggest furniture corporation in the city? Unbelievable! So why are you working part-time at a restaurant? I want to earn my own money. An independent life suits me much better. You're so silly. Why struggle if you don't have to? If I were you, my life would be so different. I'd make sure that my mom didn't need to work all the time to make ends meet. I could even go to any expensive law school I want and care for all the stray cats and dogs I find. Surprisingly, this time, Danny didn't look at me with jaded eyes like before. Instead, he just listened patiently and gave me the sweetest smile ever. But not love. That's one thing money can't buy. How about Kirby? Did any of her grand gestures impress you? I prefer the cats. Our talk has confirmed that there's still a chance for me. Kirby's only advantage over me is money, but Danny doesn't care about that anyway. Is that the new student? Seems like Danny just found a worthy opponent. He's Finn. Look how he smiles whenever his opponent catches up a point. Wait, did you just call Danny someone's opponent? Someone has a new crush. Who? Don't talk nonsense. Right then, a ball zoomed toward us. And holy moly, Finn caught it just mere inches from Kirby's face. Are you okay? She's fine. Her face always turns red. Nothing to do with the ball. Kirby was so embarrassed that she ran off. It seems our race took a turn. But then, shockingly, Finn turned to me and asked for my number? Huh? Does my charm glow this much? Everyone knew I liked Danny, but he's such a riddle. Maybe I could use Finn as my last card to make Danny jealous and bait Kirby to give up on our deal. What a genius I am! Then, for the next few days, whenever Danny was around, I flirted with Finn and made sure Kirby saw us. One day, I made an excuse to borrow Finn's phone. Then I secretly used it to send Danny a message to stir up his jealousy. If you don't like Clarine, then let me play with this innocent girl for a bit. And Kirby also needs a kick to admit her feelings as well, right? Actually, I like you. Looking into your eyes, I know you also have feelings for me. So... And finally, I set a date for them at the tennis court tonight at 8. If Danny doesn't want me to get hurt and Kirby doesn't want to miss her true love, they'll show up. Then I covered up my tracks, blocked both their numbers, and returned his phone. Thank you so much. Are you free tonight? Come to the tennis court. I have something important to tell you. Oh god, Finn looks like he just won the Wimbledon. That night, Finn got there early and was really excited. Let's see who'll raise the curtain. Ah, it's Kirby. Oh, Finn, you had me at hello. But admitting my feelings means I lose the deal with Clarine, so... What do you mean? What deal? No, don't get me wrong. Actually, we won the lottery and made a deal to share it. Anyways, silly me. Money can't compare to you. Lottery? You two share it? Why did she even mention the money? Right when it's getting messy, Danny turned up. Bastard! Now you're two-timing? Danny, why are you here? He's just playing with you. This jerk is seeing both you and Kirby. Don't let him fool you. I think Finn is a nice guy. Plus, I've told you how I felt, but you've never seemed to like me back. So Finn told me he liked me. Clarine, I like you. More than you know. Can't you see? I've given a lot of hints. I always make excuses to go home with you. I told you that feelings are the most important thing to me. As in my feelings for you. Really? Idiot. How am I supposed to pick up those hints? So this daydreamer wasn't just imagining things? Turns out my plan actually did succeed. Kirby, it's true. I do like you. But I thought you were out of my league, so I just wanted to ask Clarine for help. Oh, how nice. Kirby, with a huge grin, then admitted I won. Then she dragged Finn away. I guess my biggest win is successfully pairing up two couples. The next morning, Kirby and I opened the trunk to get the ticket. When to our utter shock, Finn swooped in and snatched it away. While we were still processing what was going on, he ran off with our millions. But then, a shadow sent him tumbling to the ground. Danny? I saw him following you two and knew he was up to something shady. Then, Finn confessed that he transferred schools and approached me for the lottery ticket following his dad's order, who's none other than Warren. He knew it was a jackpot-winning ticket, so he set up a plan to steal it from me. I'm so sorry. My dad's a gambling addict, which left him heavily in debt, and only this ticket could save him. Oh, Finn, I believe he's not a bad person. This ticket was originally from Warren anyway, so we both agreed to give him a share to pay off his debt. Finn was moved and handed the ticket back to us. On learning this, Warren thanked us and offered to drive us to Tallahassee to claim our prize. He even carefully got me to double-check that my ticket was in my purse. But halfway there, the car suddenly broke down, so the four of us got out and gave it a push. But as we started pushing, Warren suddenly sped away, leaving all of us standing there in shock. Where's your purse, Clarine? I left it in the car. That greedy snake Warren did this on purpose to run away with the ticket. Now what to do? Walk back home or walk to Tallahassee? Calm down. Danny already has a backup plan. This is the real ticket. Enjoy the view for now. A taxi is coming to pick us up. Actually, the moment Warren offered to drive us all the way to Tallahassee, I sensed something sketchy. So I swapped the tickets. My dad's gone too far this time. He needs to stop gambling and work hard to pay off his debts instead. Finally, we got the cash prize. However, the four of us decided not to divide it anymore. Instead, we're building a shelter for stray animals together. Surprisingly, our project soon reached many philanthropists, and now our fund has been expanded across the US. Since then, Kirby is no longer obnoxious. Now she even wants to become a veterinarian. And me? I will continue to work my way into the law school of my dreams. My hard work has really paid off because they just sent me an acceptance letter. I might not be rich, but in all honesty, it doesn't matter, as I couldn't be happier.
You might think it's impossible to be two people at once. Yeah. I'm Liana, but I'm also Kai. Confused? Then I suggest you check out part 1 of my story. In short, my mom fooled everyone, including me, into thinking I'm a boy when actually I'm a girl, so my traditional-minded family wouldn't be lured into giving away my inheritance. Back in the restaurant, and I'd just shown my mom how I wanted to go back to Philly and tell my family the truth. No, she shook her head. You can't. It's not the right time. But Mom, why? I don't want to lie anymore. Stay here, and I'll tell your father you're doing a master's degree. Again with the lies. I'm sick of them. I just want to be me. I let out a frustrated sigh. I know you do, but I don't want you losing out on your future. I gave her a quizzing look. Come on, Mom, it wouldn't be that bad. Honey, Diamond is back, and she's adamant to worm her way into the company. Oh no. This changed things. You see, Diamond's my sassy, ambitious half-sister. My father had her with his mistress. Now Diamond was back from her studies in Australia and eager to claim what she believed was hers. Ugh. Mom continued. She's always snooping around the house, and her attitude is awful. It's only a matter of time before she refuses to leave. That's why I told you this was not an appropriate time to come out with the truth. Diamond would take advantage of it and turn everything into a bigger mess. Well, that was that. I had no choice but to stay in Canada. On the plus side, at least I could be Liana here. Then one night, I just returned home from a party in my bodycon dress and heavy makeup when my phone buzzed. It was a video call from Mom. Hi, Mom. I popped myself down on my bed. Ugh! That Diamond is a piece of work. She used my Ralph Lauren trinket dish as an ashtray. Can you believe that? Oh, that's awful. Have you spoken to Dad about it? Right at that moment, I saw my father appear behind Mom, and he asked her if she was talking to Kai. Startled, I immediately took off my wig, wiped my lips onto the back of my hand, pulled off my eyelashes, and wrapped a blanket around me so he couldn't see my dress. I reappeared on screen with a forced smile and lowered my voice to say, Hi, Dad. He coldly asked, Why is your face so dirty? Nothing. Your mother and I are to attend an important corporate event this weekend, and I want you to come with us. It will be a good experience for you. Be home by Saturday. When my father demands something, well, then there's absolutely 0 point in questioning him about it, so it looks like Kai was going back to Philadelphia. That weekend, I packed my bags and transformed myself back into Kai. Jeez, I'd forgotten how much it sucked having to wear these unflattering clothes. Mom was there to pick me up at the airport. She rushed over to me and gushed, Look at you. My daughter is so handsome. I have to admit that I was really nervous on the way home. By the time the grand house came into view, I felt like I was going to barf. I hadn't been Kai properly in years. What if I messed up, and then Dad disowned both me and Mom? Mom must have sensed how I was feeling, as she took my hand and led me inside. My father was sitting on the edge of the couch with a black coffee and a ton of paperwork in front of him. Hi, Dad. Mom elbowed me, so I coughed to clear my throat, then in a male voice said, Hi, Dad. Your son is back. Yes. Hello, Dad replied, his attention still on his paperwork. Phew. It seemed that he hadn't noticed my voice mishap. After that, I went up to my room, freshened up and changed into my suit. I sprayed myself with cologne, as smelling like a guy might make me act more like one, right? Later on, my father drove us to the event. He wouldn't stop going on about people he wanted to impress and contracts he was after. So without thinking, I grabbed my mom's purse and pulled out her compact mirror and lipstick. I pouted my lips and was about to put it on when I saw my dad glaring at me in the rearview mirror. It's just lip balm. The flight really dried them out. I licked my lips as I quickly dropped the items back into Mom's purse. Mom peered back at me with a "be careful" look. The event was hard work. Having to be Kai in front of all these bigwigs took it out of me. So by the time we arrived home, I was ready to sleep for a week. "Daddy, I'm so glad you're back. How was your event?" A girl suddenly rushed out of nowhere and wrapped her arms around my father. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Wilson. And you must be my half-brother, Kai." "Hi," she smirked. This was Diamond, my unruly half-sister. Mom and I both muttered back hellos, but Dad seemed oblivious to the tension between us all. "It was rather successful. I believe the Woodward contract will be mine very shortly. Well, seeing as you're here, you must stay for dinner." After dinner, Mom and I went to the kitchen to bring out the desserts, leaving Dad and Diamond alone. But as we headed back to the dining room, we heard Diamond say, "Please let me be your assistant. I want to learn more about the family company. Besides, I'm far more business-minded than Kai, so I don't see why I can't be the director one day." Hearing this, Mom cleared her voice. Diamond then startled and turned around to see Mom holding up a plate with a smile. "Anyone for fruit?" The next day, Mom asked me to go on a walk with her around the garden. Through gritted teeth, she said, "You heard what that devil Diamond said to your father. She's after your position in the company. We can't let her get away with this." Oh no, what did my mother have planned now? I didn't want to play games, I just wanted to be Liana. She continued, "You'll have to come back home at once and work in the company. As Kai, of course." "No way," I yelled. "I've followed your selfish rules for 20 years. This is my time now. I'm not doing this." I started to walk away, but Mom pulled on my arm. "Darling, I know." She let out a thoughtful sigh. "But if you tell the truth now, then your father might disown us, which will allow Diamond to wriggle her way to what is rightfully yours. We can't let this happen. It's unacceptable." I shook free of Mom's grip and stormed off. This time she didn't try to stop me. I needed time to think this all through. I didn't want to be Kai anymore, but I also didn't want us to lose everything. I really hate doing this, but I guess it's not totally unreasonable of Mom having to pull out these desperate measures. I found my mother in the conservatory, staring thoughtfully out of the window. On seeing me, she smiled. "Oh, Kai, Mom, I'm sorry. I've been childish. I know you only want the best for me." Mom took my hand and replied, "No. I'm the one who's been asking too much of you. I've been thinking, and perhaps there's a way in which you can be both Kai and Liana." I gave her a questioning look, and she continued, "It's bonkers, of course, but it might just work." She chuckled. "Kai should get engaged to Liana." What? My mother wanted me to get engaged to myself? But then thinking about it, my mother was an expert at bringing her crazy ideas into fruition. Besides, what did I have to lose? Well, besides my entire family and inheritance. So the next day, while I was having dinner with my parents and grandparents, I stood up and announced, "I have something to tell you all. I have a fiancée, Liana. She's smart, beautiful, well-educated, and you're all going to love her. We plan to marry as soon as I finish my master's degree." Then I passed around my phone with a Liana picture on it. My grandparents seemed thrilled, and my grandpa said, "Ah, yes, it's about time our beloved grandson found himself a wife." I held my breath as the picture reached my father, and he peered down at it with scrutinizing eyes. He looked up at me, and for a horrible moment I thought he'd figured out the truth. But then he said, Good. So, when will we meet this Liana?" "Soon. She's just finishing her courses. She's coming over next week. But I still had some paperwork going on at school, so Liana will visit you guys first, and I'll fly home later. That's how excited she is to meet you all." I can't wait, dear. She seems like a lovely young lady." My grandma looked genuinely happy. Then I continued, "Yes, Nanny, she is. And in fact," I turned to Dad, "Liana is looking for an internship. It would be nice if she could get a spot in our company, as she'll have to learn about our family's business sooner or later. Right, Dad?" He seemed pleased as he replied, "Very well. Just bring her over." So Mom's latest crazy plan seemed to be working. After my announcement, I stayed home for a few more days as Kai. Then I flew back to Canada, packed my things, and flew back as Liana. Phew, this was exhausting. Walking into the house with all eyes on me was terrifying, but everyone rushed over and greeted me. Even Diamond. Mom linked arms with me. "Darling, our house has plenty of guest rooms. You gotta stay here, I insist. We all are family now, aren't we? Please, make yourself at home." Smiling, I replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Wilson, that would be lovely." Suddenly Diamond interrupted, "Oh, seeing as this house has that many spare rooms, why can't I have one?" Mom looked flustered, then reluctantly replied, Sure, Diamond. I have never said that you couldn't. Just pick one." This was not part of the plan, but fine. I ain't scared of her. Mom then led me to my room and kept reminding me to be extra careful now that Diamond was around 24/7. On one occasion, I was reading by the window in our home library when Diamond waltzed in and yanked the book off me. "Oh, I get it. You're only marrying that half-brother of mine for the first edition books." She winked. I took the book back off her, then politely replied, "Yes, I'll marry whoever I need to if it means getting this 8th edition book published in 2017. Oh, the glamour. Hilarious. She just sneered and walked away to hide the humiliation. Unfortunately, even at work, I didn't get a break from Diamond. Instead, I was assigned a job under her management. Ugh. One time, I returned from lunch to find the report I was working on had vanished from my desk. I pulled my desk apart looking for it, only for her to pass it to me at the end of the day. Then, with this devious grin on her face, she said, "You were meant to have this finished today, weren't you? It looks like you're in for a late one." Ugh! She was definitely more of an imitation than a diamond. And as he'd predicted, my father ended up getting the Woodward contract, and it was a huge deal. Some of the representatives from the company were coming in to discuss the project, so everyone seemed to be buzzing around like flies in preparation. Diamond ordered me to make coffee and take it to our guests. I was walking with the tray of drinks when I bumped straight into someone. Oh no, the coffee soaked his white shirt. As I muttered out a "sorry," I realized something. I knew this man. He looked really familiar. It was Kevin, my old school friend. He'd changed so much, but it was definitely him. I'd recognize him anywhere. But he didn't seem to recognize me, which I guess wasn't surprising seeing as I was dressed as a girl. I wonder what he was doing here. Oh no! I'd just covered my childhood friend Kevin in coffee, but I'm currently Liana, so he didn't recognize me, as he only knew me as Kai. Confused? Then you should check out parts 1 and 2 first. I frantically apologized to Kevin while looking around for some napkins to soak the coffee up. "It's fine," he smiled. I smiled back at him. Yep, he was the same kind, sweet Kevin. Suddenly I heard Diamond's voice. "Liana, what have you done?" Then she appeared next to Kevin and gently touched his arm. "I apologize. She's new." "It's okay. It was my fault anyway. I wasn't looking where I was going." "That's just typical of you, always taking the blame." She gave him this starry-eyed look. "Oh, so you two already know each other?" I thought out loud. "Yes, Kevin and I went to college together in Oz. I introduced him to Father for this project, as I believe he'll be an asset to it. Now run along and make some fresh coffees." Diamond gave me a stare. As I went off to make coffees, again, I wondered about Diamond. Did she like Kevin? Oh, no. That manipulative girl doesn't deserve such a sweet guy like him. Later that day, we had a meeting where my dad introduced Kevin as the leader of the project. Kevin then thanked him and started talking about his visions for this project. And it was so obvious how all the girls in the room couldn't take their eyes off him, including Diamond. Ugh. The next day after work, I followed Kevin out to the parking lot and shouted his name. When he turned and saw me, he smiled, and I instantly felt warm inside. I have something for you, as, an apology for ruining your last one. I passed him a new shirt. I hope I guessed your size right.
Thanks, you really didn't have to do this.
He looked flattered as he took it from me.
Yep, you have the size spot on. Impressive.
His comment caused me to smile to myself. Living as a boy for years at least gave me a perk of understanding their sizes. I waved him goodbye and started to walk off, but he shouted,
Wait, is there any chance I could have your number?
You bet. I was blushing so hard by then. And after that, we started messaging each other, and every time my phone buzzed with his name, I found myself doing this gummy smile. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay in my love bubble with Kevin forever. Instead, I had to spend my days being bossed around by Diamond. Ugh. Once, she was ordering me to revise a report I'd already redone twice. Suddenly, Kevin walked over, picked up the report, and said,
Oh, this one. You've done a good job with it, Liana. No need to change anything.
Diamond looked furious at being undermined, and I couldn't hide my smug look. Take that, little Miss Bossy. After she left, I thanked him for helping me out.
It's fine. Hey, don't take much notice of Diamond. She's just intent on impressing her father. If she causes you any more problems, just come find me, okay?
Oh, what a sweet guy he was. But one afternoon, I walked into the office kitchen to make myself a drink and saw Diamond and Kevin having a serious chat. On seeing me, Diamond said to him, I'm sorry, Kevin. You needed to know the truth. Then she gave me a snooty look as she passed me. I wonder what that was about. I was going to ask him, but before I could, he just left without so much as a glance in my direction. Okay, that was weird, but maybe he was just busy, right? That evening, I messaged Kevin and asked him if he wanted to go for a jog in the park. He agreed, but when he showed up, he could barely meet my eye. Kevin, what's wrong? He was silent for a moment, then shouted,
Why? Why did you lie to me? Diamond told me how you're engaged to Kai. Why did you lead me on?
I sputtered out, but he just tutted, then walked off. I stood there speechless and wondering how I was going to get out of this mess. If this wasn't bad enough, as I was on my way home, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Diamond. Leave the house and the company by tomorrow, else I'm telling Kai the truth. Of course, I just ghosted her dumb message, and true to her word, the next day, my Kai phone went off. It was Diamond telling me how Liana was cheating on me. It was crystal clear she wasn't going to drop this. Some days later, my father asked me to go to dinner with him, so he could get to know me better before I married his son. I thought this was sweet of him, so I agreed. Besides, this was a great opportunity to test the water, figuring out if he's ready for the truth yet. We had some small talk over the appetizer. Then suddenly, Dad put down his fork and asked me,
How is Kai? It's such a shame to admit, but we've grown distant over the years, and it was all my fault. I know I haven't always been the best father.
He trailed off. Kai's good, I replied. I guess it was now or never to say what I wanted to. Actually, he's really happy in Canada. And, well, he has these big dreams of becoming an architect.
Oh, I didn't know that. He lowered his head. I just thought he'd want to inherit the company one day.
His heart isn't in it. He's so afraid of telling you as he doesn't want to disappoint you. He was silent, and I worried he was going to yell at me, only he didn't. Instead, gave a thoughtful sigh, then replied,
Very well. I respect Kai's decision, and I will support him on whichever path he chooses.
This was totally unexpected from him. I was so overwhelmed, I left my seat to hug him, and I told him I'd pass the words to Kai. Now I finally knew how much Dad loved Kai, which means he loved me too, right? I just needed to find a good time to tell him the truth. The next day, on my way home from work, I received a frantic phone call from Mom. Turns out Diamond had told everyone in the family that I'd cheated on Kai. As I was trying to figure out what to do next, Dad messaged my Liana phone and demanded I come home at once. On the way home, I thought about what I was going to say to him. Geez, this was terrifying. If it went wrong, Mom and I could end up disowned. I knocked on his study, and in a serious tone, he said,
Come in.
Then on seeing me, he continued,
Liana, Diamond seems adamant
You are liaising with Kevin behind my son's back. Please explain yourself. I took a deep breath, then blurted out, The thing is, I'm not cheating on Kai because, well, I am Kai. Then in Kai's voice, I continued, while slowly took off my wig. I was never actually a boy. Instead, I'm a girl, but Mom didn't want me losing out to Diamond, so she made me pretend to be a boy. He was so shocked. He leaned back in his chair and almost tumbled backward. I explained to him why Mom and I did what we did. It was such a relief, finally having that weight off my shoulders. I knew Dad needed some time to digest this avalanche of information, so I put my wig back on and went to find Mom. She was pacing her bedroom in anxiety. I've told you to be extra careful around Diamond. Now how are we possibly meant to carry out this plan? Don't worry, Mom. I had found a way to resolve this mess. I comforted her, but didn't let her know that I'd told Dad the truth yet, as that would just make her even more anxious. The next few days, Dad still acted normal, as if nothing had happened, and when I walked into the dining room for dinner, I saw Diamond's face drop. She clearly thought Dad would have chucked me out by now. She slammed her fist on the table and yelled at Dad, "Why is she still here?" Ignoring her, he asked Grandpa to pass him the gravy. This only angered Diamond further, and she pointed at me and screamed, "She cheated on Kai! Kick her out of this house!" I put down my cutlery, calmly stood up, and in a confident voice I said, "In fact, I am Kai." It was worth doing just for everyone's reaction. My mom turned white. Diamond was dumbfounded while my grandparents clung onto the table in shock. After I'd explained it all to them in more detail, Diamond was the first to respond. "So you and your mother lied to everyone? This is unacceptable. Get out of this house." Poor Mom looked so ashamed. She couldn't meet Dad's eye as she mumbled out, "Don't blame Liana. She was just a child. It's my fault." Then she pulled my arm and whispered to me that we should leave. Diamond sneered, "Those liars. You deserve that." "Will you please be quiet? Else I advise you to just leave." Dad gave Diamond a stern look. This shocked her, and she sat back down in silence. "I've made a lot of mistakes over the years, and because of them I have many regrets. I was selfish and unkind." He looked at Mom. "It pains me to know that you felt as though I left you with no choice but to lie to me. I love you, but I know how I treated you was cruel. I was so desperate for a child that I sought comfort in someone else. I know I wasn't there for you and Kai, Liana, when you needed me. Now, if you'll let me, I want to make amends." Diamond jumped up to her feet so fast that the whole table wobbled. She screamed out, "This is nonsense!" and stormed off. So, that sure was eventful. But finally, everyone knew the truth, which meant Mom and I didn't have to lie anymore. And best of all, I never had to pretend to be Kai ever again. The following week, I was roaming around the house when I saw Diamond in her room, packing. I stepped in, and she said, "I'll be out of your sight in a blink. Don't worry. I'm leaving for Miami." I knelt next to her. "I don't want you to go. After all, we're sisters." She gave me this wide-eyed look. But I was horrible to you. You must have been through so much being forced to live as a boy." "Yeah, it was hard at times, but it's okay. I can be me now." I smiled. "I know I was mean. I'm sorry. I guess I've always felt like an outsider. I know my mom wants me to claim what's rightfully mine, and I felt so pressured because I'm no match for Kai." "Don't worry about it. We've all done things we regret. Besides, Kai's gone, so you can just be you. You're a great businesswoman, although you might need to tone down a notch on the bossiness." I chuckled. "Come on, sis. Let's get you unpacked." When we'd finished, I hugged her and said, "Oh, as for Kevin, I think we should fairly compete for his heart." She blushed. "Oh, no, it's fine. I used to like him, but he just sees me as a friend. Besides, everyone in the company knows it's you he likes." I felt good that we'd sorted things out. Now I just need to fix things with Kevin, and I had the perfect idea. I messaged him telling me to meet me by the woods, close to his old school. Then I went and waited by the tree we once built a den in. He walked over to me, a confused look on his face. Leanna, how did you know about this spot? He sat down next to me and I said, I used to come here with my best friend when I was a kid. He was such a sweet boy. He never judged me or questioned me. It always pained me that I didn't get to say goodbye to him. I could see Kevin's mind ticking away. That's when I took off my wig, wiped away my makeup, and passed him half of a candy bar and said, It's been a long time coming, but I owe you this. He stared at me, open mouth. So, you're Kai and Liana? I said, yeah, it's me. I'm both. That's why I always felt familiar towards you. This is unbelievable, he continued. Wow. He stared at me through teary eyes. Just wow. I mean, this is crazy. I was so upset when you left, and now here you are. When he got over the initial shock, I told him about my life and why I pretended to be a boy. Afterward, he hugged me tightly and said, I'm not losing you again, Liana. I love you.
Rules, rules, rules. Moms sure do love dishing them out, don't they? I'm Nicole, by the way. And you see, my parents divorced when I was 8, so since then, it's just been me and Mom. Mom laid down a bunch of boring rules for me, but I hate following them. I'm 18, and I should be out having fun, right? To me, rules were made to be broken anyway. And trust me, I broke them. Only this led to my whole life changing. One day, I had an important math test, but I hate math. So I skipped school and went to the movies with my friends instead. I mean, hello? The last Avengers movie had just come out. No way was I missing it and getting spoilers. Maybe Mom would give me a detention for a few weeks, but it's no big deal, right? I arrived home to find Mom waiting for me. She glared at me and said, Nicole, I received an interesting phone call from the school. It turns out you haven't been there all day. So, where have you been? Oh no, busted! I just shrugged and replied, out! It's those friends of yours, isn't it? They are a bad influence. I walked off to my room. Nicole, come back here and talk! She shouted after me, but I ignored her. Then she yelled out, I can't stand you and your childish attitude anymore. You're going to live with your dad. What? She was kicking me out. Wow, I didn't expect her to do that. Whatever. I was sick of being moaned at all the time. Surely Dad would be far more understanding. I hadn't seen Dad all that much. In fact, the last time was, I think it was my 16th birthday. He was a busy man, as he's the principal at this snooty boys' school. And Mom wasn't kidding. She called him up, and that evening, he showed up and loaded my stuff into the trunk of his car. It felt super awkward. I had no idea what to say to him. Then, about an hour into the seriously tedious journey, he said, I completed all the admission procedures for you, so you can start learning in my school tomorrow. What? It was an all-boys school, and I was a girl. Besides, no way was I studying somewhere where my dad was the principal. Panicked, I asked, But, Dad, isn't it an all-boys school? He said, It used to be, but of late, we've let a few female students in. I can't go there. You're the principal. It'll be so embarrassing. No way. I'll go to another school or something. He gave me a strict look and said, Mom told me all about your behavior in your old school, and it's unacceptable. So, you'll be learning at my school so I can keep an eye on you. This is not up for debate. OMG, I can't believe it. He was much stricter than Mom. So reluctantly, I muttered out, Fine, but only if you promise not to tell anyone I'm your daughter. He nodded and said, Okay, if that's what you want. The school was like something out of one of those weird movies. You know, where the characters think they're safe, but then start disappearing one by one. For starters, it was situated on a hill, miles from anything else. Inside, well, it was so masculine. Browns and grays, and I didn't see one picture in the entire building. The only female thing in the whole place was the girls' restroom. We had to share everything else with the boys. Talk about an inconvenience. The uniform was the same for boys and girls. An oversized shirt and baggy pants and these gross flat shoes. Yuck! During PE, girls were forced to do the same workout as the boys. Bench presses, push-ups, and playing soccer is not my idea of fun. Ugh! And there wasn't even a cheerleading squad. Then there were all these extra dumb rules for the girls, like only uniforms are allowed at school. No skirt, no dress, not even jeans. Do the top button of your shirt up. Tie your hair up into this ugly bun. No flirting with the boys. Yep, that was actually a rule. Can you believe this place? I didn't know whether this was a high school or a prison. I thought this was bad, but I soon realized this school had a major problem. Maybe it's because this school was originally boys only, but man, this place didn't appreciate girls at all. Once in a history class, the teacher asked us what year Abraham Lincoln became president. Easy. But before I could even raise my hand, she continued, "This question seemed too hard for girls, so do any of the boys know the answer?" What? How could she say that? What was with her male chauvinist attitude? This put me in a bad mood, so during dinner, I decided to moan to Dad about it. He needed to know how ridiculous his school was, so I told him how I hated his dumb rules and how sexist the teachers were. He glared at me and told me that there weren't enough girls at the school to warrant a separate uniform. Moreover, if girls dressed up, it would only cause distractions for the boys. As for the history teacher, it was just because boys often have larger knowledge than girls on this matter, so maybe she just didn't want to embarrass the girls in case they couldn't give out the right answer. Huh, what kind of argument was this? It wasn't the olden days. Jeez, these oldies needed to get with the decade. Okay, fine. I'll prove to the whole school and all the teachers that there weren't only boys here. The next day, I gathered all the girls from my class. In fact, there were only 2 of them, Angela and Carly, and we met up in the only girly place, the girls' restroom. Then I told them, "Hey girls, welcome to our club, The Doll. I think it's about time we fought for our rights and presence in this school. As girls matter too, right?" At first, they both seemed worried. I get it. They didn't want to get in trouble. But I soon managed to convince them that it'd be fine. Fun, even. So they came around and agreed. First up, it was time to do something about this awful uniform. We tied up our shirts to expose our waists, and I helped the others put subtle makeup on, so our skin looked like it had a natural glow to it. Then we all put glittery hair accessories and colorful scrunchies in our hair to jazz up our updos. Carly looked in the mirror and said, "Okay, maybe our uniform isn't so bad." And we all burst out laughing. Now, it was time to make an entrance. We all walked along the corridor together. All the boys and girls turned around to look at us with admiring eyes and open mouths. One boy even dropped his stack of books on the floor, and another one walked into his locker. Ha! The charm of girls was absolutely irresistible, right? Soon, we became a popular group around the school. The boys wanted to talk to us, and girls from other classes also joined our group, and I showed them how to style up their uniforms. It's great, right? Yep. There's a problem. The teachers were old fogies who didn't appreciate style. One day, before class, one teacher came up to me and my friends and accused us of ruining the dignity of the uniform and of exerting negative influences on other students. So I told her, "We aren't violating any of the school's previous rules. We wear the uniform, we keep our top button done up, and we have the regulation hairstyle. Dressing up is a girl's prerogative. Besides, if boys are distracted, it's their fault, not ours, so you can't blame us for that." After that, I seemed to become a thorn in the side of all the teachers. In every subject, I would always be asked to answer the most difficult questions. And, of course, I didn't know the right answer. I mean, nobody knew it. And then they would give me a gloating look. Ugh, how childish they were. Another time, I was in the lunch queue, and when it was my turn, I chose barbecue chicken drumsticks, as they're my favorite. However, to my surprise, the canteen service said there was no chicken left, then put this weird oatmeal slop on my plate. Ew! I could see there were loads of chicken left, so why was she being so unreasonable? I skipped the gross slop, so as soon as I got home from school, I was so hungry. So I made myself a huge bowl of noodles. Dad saw me devouring the food, then smiled and asked, "Has causing trouble at school all day made you that hungry?" In between my mouthfuls of food, I told him what had happened with the teacher and in the canteen. He just smiled and said it was because I was too stubborn. What kind of an excuse was that? I mean, when was starving students a good idea? The next morning, I drowsily walked into class and sat down at my desk. That's when I realized I'd forgotten my phone. Well, this totally sucked, so I moaned to Angela. These teachers make my life a misery, and now I don't even have my phone. Today's going to be a long one. Suddenly, someone knocked on my desk. I looked up and saw my dad, aka the principal, standing there in front of me. I was so surprised that before I could say anything, he said, "Hey, Cupcake, you left your phone at home. Oh, and I brought you breakfast, as you know how grumpy you get when you're hungry." Then he put my phone and a sandwich on my desk, stroked my hair, then left. What was he doing? Did he forget his promise? Needless to say, my classmates looked shocked. Angela stared at me and said, "Huh? The principal is your dad? Unbelievable! Why didn't you tell us?" I sat there open-mouthed. This was the most awkward thing ever. "Thanks a lot, Dad." But little did I know, that was just the start of a new chapter of craziness. Things were about to get even worse. And oh boy, you wouldn't want to miss out on that. Hey, it's your girl Nicole back again. So my mom couldn't deal with my truancy anymore, so she packed me off to live with my dad. The problem is, he's the principal of a snooty school that barely has any female students, and he forced me to attend it. The school needed to get with the times and be more female inclusive. So I started a girls-only club called The Doll to get us noticed. It was all going well, but then Dad let the news slip that I was his daughter. By first break, everyone in school knew who I was. Soon, kids who'd never spoken to me before were offering to help me with my homework, and the teachers seemed nervous around me. I get it. Nobody wanted to be seen quarreling with the principal's daughter. Even the grumpy canteen woman completely changed too. Now, she even gave me double portions of chicken. It sounded good, right? Nope. Instead, it was kinda annoying. Then on top of all this, my friends started doing crazy stuff behind my back. They put lipstick kisses on random lockers, snuck into the faculty room and set up a doll's tea party, and then they did the biggest prank of all. Yep, they actually went into the gym hall and hung up garlands of panties, bras, and tampons alongside a massive banner saying, "Welcome to the girls' world." Wow, even I thought they'd gone too far with this one. My dad was fuming about it. I was terrified they'd get expelled. There were barely any girls in the school as it was, without me losing my only female classmates. But they ended up getting a week's worth of detentions and were made to stay behind after school and clean up the gym hall. Phew! The next day, my friends came up to me while I was at my locker, and Angela said, "Detention sucks, but that prank was so worth it. Just wait till you see what we've got planned next." She winked. "It's definitely going to be a washout." Carly chuckled. Enough was enough, so I told them to inform the rest of the doll to meet me in the gym after school. Okay, so I may have sneakily taken the gym's key out of my dad's pocket, but it was for the greater good. Now I had all of the doll together. I said what I needed to say. "Hey girls, look, I know this school favors boys, and it's understandable you want to be seen, but all these pranks are making us look bad. I know my dad, and the only way he's going to listen to us is if we do something that gets across our point in an honorable way. So I'm going to run in the next student council election." Before I'd even finished my sentence, Carly said, "But that position is only for the boys." So I replied, "I think it's time we changed that. Don't you? So, who's with me?" To my surprise, all of the girls in the room raised their hands and cheered. After that, I launched my campaign. The 2 candidates with the highest number of votes would go through to the final round. At first, I didn't get much attention, but then this wasn't surprising, as I was the only girl competing. The other competitors took it super seriously. One boy handed out free t-shirts with his name on them, and another stuck leaflets on everyone's locker listing 10 reasons why he was the right person for the job. No way. I needed to come up with a plan. So I came up with a familiar but extremely effective strategy called Beauty Trap. Ha! No boy could escape it. One of my main focuses was that I wanted to put the buzz back in this school and make it inclusive for all. So I took that one step further, and me and my team dressed up as cute bees and handed out homemade black and yellow cupcakes. Then, whenever a boy spoke to us, we winked at them, handed them candy, and told them it was just for them because they were the cutest. And it worked. Of course! I made the final 2, and it came down to me against Brandon, this super smart guy. So now all I needed to do was work on my presentation, which I'd give in the schoolyard. How boring it was! So a bright idea crossed my mind. Why didn't we combine the finals with a prom night, where students could not only vote for the potential president, but also dress up and socialize? I told my team about my amazing idea, but to my surprise, they looked doubtful. "The teachers will never let that happen. They are so anti-parties, it hurts," Carly said. "You just leave this to me," I smirked. My dad may have been strict, but he was no match for me. So that night, after dinner, I told him my plan. At first, he was so surprised and didn't agree, as he said that we couldn't combine the election ceremony with a singing and dancing party, as it would take the dignity out of it. Ugh! My dad was stuck in the past. So I said, "But Dad, it'll be a good opportunity for all the students to hang out with each other. Me and my friends will decorate the hall, find a DJ, sort out the food and drink, and do everything else. I know you have your reservations, and I get that, but prom is an important event for us teenagers. We learn so much from them: how to dance, how to feel good about ourselves, how to mix with each other. Plus, we need this, and I promise I won't let anyone spike the punch. In fact, we won't even have punch." It took a lot more pleading and persuading, but eventually he sighed, then said, "Fine, you can have your prom, but don't let me regret it." I squealed in excitement, then rushed over and hugged him. He looked shocked, as thinking about it, this was the first time I'd hugged him in, well, years. I have to admit that it kind of felt good. I instantly messaged the group with my good news, and they replied with memes, love hearts, and dancing emojis. And the talk soon turned to what we were going to wear. See? Being friends with the daughter of the principal had many advantages, right? I'm not going to lie, organizing a prom was hard. But luckily for me, I have amazing friends who helped me all the way. Carly sorted out the decorations and found a DJ, and Angela was in charge of tickets. The night of the prom finally arrived, and wow, everyone scrubbed up well. The doll members gave a welcoming dance performance, then Brandon and I went up on stage to give our presentations. Brandon went first, and geez, he's Mr. Serious. But he is cute. He went on about improving the nutritional value of school meals, organizing more school trips for the chess, math, and sports clubs, and doing more to help the climate crisis, such as raising money, recycling, and producing solar energy to lower the school's carbon footprint. It sounded convincing, right? But it was a little bit boring. He was such a nerd, albeit a cute one, and I had to pretend to itch my nose so I could secretly yawn. I heard clapping. Oh no. That meant it was my turn, and I wasn't prepared. The prom had taken up my time and... what should I say? That's when I looked over at my dad, who was standing at the back of the room, and I saw him nod at me. So, I took center stage and decided to let my heart do the talking. Hi, guys and girls. Some of you may know me as the rebel girl who stirred up trouble when I first arrived here, while others may just know me as the principal's daughter. The truth is, I'm just a normal student like the rest of you. One who had some major doubts about coming here. I could hear some people whispering in the crowd, but I kept calm and carried on. I didn't think I'd like it here, but it turns out I was wrong. I've made some amazing friends, and I've grown to really kinda like this place. However, the outdated attitude toward the female students frustrates me. Times have changed, and we belong here too. So it's only right we have our own uniform, clubs tailored for us, and please, no more bench presses. Girls are just as good as boys, if not even better. For example, we, the awesome girls in the doll, set up this party all by ourselves. Together, let's make our high school life more brilliant and inclusive for all, because this school has something special, and I want everyone to see that with a little care and attention, it can truly buzz. Wow, I'd done it. All of the students cheered and applauded. Even Brandon patted me on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Your presentation was so convincing. You've got my vote." Then he winked at me. OMG. What did that mean? After that, I joined my friends on the dance floor and made the most of the amazing dance we'd organized. Finally, it was the results time. One of the teachers went on stage with the envelope containing the winner's name. Then she opened it and said, "With 2/3 of the votes, you've chosen your winner, and it's Nicole." I couldn't believe it! I'd done it! I'd actually won! When I walked off the stage, Dad came over and hugged me tight. Then he said, "Darling, I'm really proud of you." And that was it. Now I'm the president of the student council, and as I promised in my presentation, I'm making this school an inclusive place for all. Now we have more activities for girls, including a cheerleading club. Although, of course, boys can join too. We even have a girls' uniform, so I don't have to wear those hideous baggy pants anymore. Now, everyone seems happier here, including me. Mom heard about my change in attitude and invited me to come back home. But I can't go back. I belong here in this school with my new friends. Maybe, just maybe, I do love this place after all. Who'd have thought it? It's crazy, huh? Hi, my name's Haley, and ever since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a famous singer. Like my heroes, Beyoncé, Mariah Carey, and Taylor Swift. I was that kid who entered every singing contest going. And you know what? I won a lot of certificates, trophies, and local prizes, including a month's worth of pizza. Yum! As I grew older, I knew I needed to reach a bigger audience, so I started posting covers on YouTube. I mean, it worked for Justin Bieber, so why not for me? Luckily for me, I have an amazingly supportive family and totally awesome friends who believe in my talent. My biggest supporter's Kurt. He's my best friend, and we've been living the same dream of becoming great singers ever since middle school. A year ago, we even chose to apply for West High together, despite its being further from our house than the other school, which was right around the block. It was totally worth it though. Why, you ask? Well, because of the great Swing Club. Yes, the desirable, renowned music club that not only organizes internal activities, but also puts on various shows and concerts, which are watched not only by the locals, but also by professionals, talent managers, and so on. It was even known as the Cradle that has raised up some big names in the industry. And you know it. The next big thing will be Hayley Miller. Mark my words. I loved the Swing Club, but it wasn't as easy as it sounds. You see, as well as passing the entrance contest, there were also monthly evaluations. It was super competitive, but it kept me on my toes. No way I was being chucked out of it like this one girl who missed a few rehearsals was... Shudder! So, okay, another year has rolled around, and it's time for another entrance contest. I was so excited, since I'd be a senior this time around. So I volunteered to Miss Anderson, the club leader, to help with the registration process. As I was looking at the new kids nervously practicing in the hallway, I noticed that there were also friends my age that had missed last year's audition and wanted to try out this time. Suddenly, a guy tapped me on the shoulder and asked me where the nearest restrooms were. Oh, he was cute. Although he was fidgeting and sweating, I guess he was nervous. West High's auditorium was a bit of a maze, so I offered to show him the way. He told me his name was Eric, and he had stage fright. I comforted him, saying, "It's all okay. Don't worry. I was also terrified when I first auditioned, but it all worked out just fine." I have to admit that I was curious about this guy, so I stayed around so I could watch his performance. Oh my god, he was amazing! And I'm talking Harry Styles amazing. Then, this pretty girl called Anna took to the stage right after that, and Miss Anderson asked her why she wanted to join Swing Club. I was about to leave to go congratulate Eric, but Anna's reply to the question got my attention. I know Haley's the star around here, and I think it's about time she had some competition. Wow, this girl knew my name? Yep, I guess I was a little flattered, but also confused. I didn't understand why she felt the need to say that. She mentioned me as I was someone she looked up to, or that's just straight up unfriendly provoking. Then she started singing my favorite Taylor Swift song, and yeah, there's no denying she had a great voice. Unsurprisingly, both Eric and Anna made the Swing Club. However, I could not have imagined that their appearance in Swing Club would cause me no less of a trouble. In fact, the first trouble took place right on the first day of them being Swing Club's official members. You know, at the first meeting, we would have to talk the newbies through the rules and stuff, and it was my job. At Swing Club, there was a regulation that for the first 3 months, newbies could only participate in supporting rules. Then, after proving themselves in the monthly evaluations, they could try out for bigger parts. Everyone was cool with it, except for Anna. She gave me a dirty look and said, "That's so unfair. So what if I'm new? I should be picked for the lead on my talent." I forced a smile and replied, "I'm sorry, Anna, but I don't make the rules." "Yeah, whatever. That sounds like discrimination to me. You're all probably just afraid that I would get the part you're after." The worst part was that some of the other newbies were whispering among themselves. They started to be swayed and agreed with Anna. I tried to keep my cool. "Anna, I'm a club member too. I don't make the rules, but I do have to follow them too. I hope you understand that it's a tradition of our club. We just want you guys to have some time to settle in," and Anna started to cut me off. But Eric spoke over the top of her.
"Anna, that was rude. Be quiet and stop interrupting the training session."
Anna sat down and didn't say anything else after that, but she still looked sulky. So, okay, this girl wasn't here to be friends, huh? Later that day, after training, I was walking to the parking lot when Eric caught up with me and said,
"Sorry for earlier. Anna, well, I've known her for a while, so I know how annoying she can get."
I smiled back at him. "It's okay. How about you? Has the stage fright got any better? For what it's worth, I thought you sounded amazing."
"Thanks."
He gave me an awkward smile.
"I'm working on it, but the thrill of being on stage performing is worth tackling the nerves."
After that, Eric and I grew closer. We hung out after classes, and I helped him with his vocal practice and so on. He was really eager to learn, and always asked for my opinion each time he chose songs for the evaluations. That made me really happy, to be able to help and connect with someone who's just as passionate about the same thing as me. It was also like that with me and Kurt. But yeah, talking about Kurt, I wasn't hanging out with him as much as usual, but that was his choice. I always invited Kurt to join Eric and me, but he didn't seem to want to. I guess he's been acting a little strange lately. He got cranky about the smallest of things, such as me staying late to go over my lines, and the time I gave my spare cupcake to Eric instead of him, which I only did because, at the time, he'd just eaten a huge hamburger. I put it down to him being stressed over exams and all. That, or maybe it was hormones or something. Until one day, I thought I finally had the old Kurt back when I spotted him outside of the auditorium, and he smiled and waved back at me, then said,
"Hey, Haley, are you free? Come practice with me."
I replied, "Actually, I was just about to go to the auditorium to practice. Let's go inside." He looked a little nervous as he replied,
"Perfect. What a coincidence. Actually, there's also something I need to tell you too. But, yeah, let's go inside first."
As we stepped inside, I spotted Eric. He pointed at his watch, then smirked. He shook his head and teased me.
"What time do you call this?"
Then he saw Kurt.
"Oh, hi, Kurt."
Kurt muttered out a hi, but he seemed uncomfortable. I guess he was still feeling a bit awkward around the newbies. I searched through my backpack for my song sheet, but when I looked up, Kurt had vanished. Eric asked me if something was wrong with Kurt, and I just shrugged. Geez, what's with this boy? Seriously, his mood swings were starting to get on my nerves. This weirdness wasn't like Kurt, so the next day, I sat by him in lunch and asked him where he'd gone during practice and what it was he wanted to tell me. With a cold voice, he replied,
I forgot what I was about to tell you. And now excuse me, I have urgent work to do.
Then he walked off, even though he'd barely touched his lunch. Okay, something was definitely up. Kurt wasn't the kind of guy who usually left his food. Was he mad at me or something? I hated having this weird tension between me and him, but right now, I was too busy to care. I had an upcoming musical to prepare for. You know, the female lead role was mine, so practice was intense. It was all going pretty well until, yep, you guessed it, Anna struck again. She showed up at my rehearsals and went on and on about how unfair the rules for newbies were and how she should be the lead. I told her again that it had always been the rule and I didn't have any right to change it. No one here had. Then she shouted out, I'm going to talk to Miss Anderson about this. Then we'll see. I followed her in case she caused any more trouble. Anna went on about that all over again to Miss Anderson as she entered her office. I guess Miss Anderson found it interesting that there's such a personality in our club. So even though she knew Anna's words didn't make sense, she still let her try out for the part. Oh, right then. If you think you're capable, let's have a rematch this Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. Okay, fine. I wasn't afraid of going against her at all, but I was annoyed that now Anna thought she was one up on me. It seemed that all she had to do was click her fingers, and everyone did as she said. Well, not me. She was such a diva. But she was no match for me. The day of the rematch arrived, and I showed up without any worries. But as I entered the room, I heard everyone whispering. And Miss Anderson, for some reason, looked really mad and said, Miss Miller, you can turn around and go straight home right now. Anna will take the part. Then she picked her bag up and left before I had a chance to ask her what was going on. Worse still, I saw Anna smirking at me. This was so bad, and none of it made sense. Hey, it's me, Haley, back again. So, in the last part of my story, my club leader, Miss Anderson, made me audition for my lead part, and all because this new girl, Anna, couldn't accept the rules. I wasn't that worried about it. I mean, the part was already mine, right? Only, when I showed up for the audition, Miss Anderson suddenly went crazy at me, then gave my part to Anna. I didn't understand. How could Miss Anderson just give away my part? I hadn't even had a chance to sing yet. I stood there confused when one of the other newbies came over to me and said, Why are you so late? Miss Anderson's mad at you. She's been waiting for you for over an hour. I checked the clock. No, I wasn't late. I always showed up to auditions early. Always. I ran after Miss Anderson to try and explain, but she wouldn't let me talk. Haley, I'm so disappointed in you. You're undisciplined and irresponsible, and I don't want to hear your excuses. You're meant to be a role model for the new members. Has the celebrity disease already gotten to you? You won't be able to go very far with this attitude, young lady. And I can't believe Anna was right about you, she mumbled out, then walked away. I was so stunned, so I remained standing there like a statue. It would have helped if I knew what was going on. The audition was at 10:30. I was sure of it. Then Kurt walked by. I was hoping he would explain to me what was going on, but instead he just said,
That's what you get for hanging out with boys, instead of focusing on your career. Anna deserves that part instead of you.
My heart sank. How could my best friend say such a horrible thing, and without even taking the time to hear me out? Feeling disheartened, I flopped down on the nearest bench. Tears were about to flow out of my eyes when Eric appeared out of nowhere and said,
Haley, I've been looking for you everywhere. You didn't even answer my phone. You've missed the audition, right?
I wiped away my tears. Yeah, I don't understand. Has today's audition been rescheduled or something? No one told me a thing. Oh, and my phone. I must have left it in my locker yesterday. I've checked the GPS. It's still at school. Eric raised his eyebrow.
Wait, you don't have your phone? And you didn't know that the match was changed to 9 a.m.? I heard Anna tell Miss Anderson that you asked for it because you would be busy at 10:30, wasn't it? Miss Anderson was already pretty unimpressed that you didn't even tell that yourself to her.
I gave him a confused look and replied, What? No? Who said that? I'm not busy. Even if I was, I would never get someone else to tell Miss Anderson for me. Eric then grabbed my wrist and said,
Come with me.
We went back to the room where the match was supposed to be held, and Anna was still there, laughing with her friends. Eric told them to leave, as we needed to have a private talk with Anna. She looked surprised at Eric's attitude, but she told her friends to go. Then Eric looked at her and said,
I know what you did. Now, are you going to tell the truth, or wait for me to expose it?
Smirking, she just shrugged and said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange, because the rescheduling was your idea, and it turns out Haley wasn't busy at all. Also, her phone's disappeared. Now, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I mean, I did hear you yesterday talking to your friends about hiding someone's phone. I thought you were playing a prank on someone in class, but now it all makes sense.
Anna went quiet and glued her eyes to the floor as I kept staring at her, waiting for an answer.
So?
Eric's patience was running out. Anna let out a sigh, then rolled her eyes. Fine. It was me. I just wanted the part, okay? I'm far more talented than Haley is. I was fuming. How could she be so vicious? Surely, gaining a part fairly was far more rewarding than gaining it like this. I tried to keep calm as I turned to Eric and whispered, Thanks for all your help, Eric, but I think Anna and I need to have a little chat. Eric nodded. Then he told me he'd be waiting outside. I said, Why, Anna? Isn't a fair chance all you wanted? Why do you keep coming at me? At first, she didn't say anything. She just fiddled with her bracelet. But then she replied, It's because you're always in the spotlight, and all Kurt sees is you. I joined Swing Club just because of Kurt, but it's so frustrating to see you with him. Why do you have to get everything, both Kurt and the lead role? Kurt? No, there's nothing between us, Anna. Seriously, nothing. We've been best friends since, forever. That's all. Anna sighed. Okay, you caught me out. Now just let me leave already. I watched her go, as it wasn't like we had anything else to talk about. After that, Anna didn't bother me anymore. I guess she thought she'd be in enough trouble when I told Miss Anderson the truth. Only, I never did. I mean, I thought about it, but my anger faded out, so I decided to give her this one. There was no denying she was an ambitious girl like me, just that her action was led by the wrong drive. I'd let it slide this time, and this time only. Eric didn't understand it at all. He kept telling me it was my part, and I should go and get it back. But the truth was, it didn't feel like my part anymore. I told him that I'd already figured out how to let it go and move my focus onto the next thing. The day of the show arrived, and I was in the dressing room sorting out costumes when Anna came over to me and said, Why didn't you tell Mrs. Anderson what I did? I replied, I thought about it, but then I decided not to. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't cool of you to do what you did, but I hope you've learned your lesson. I'll let you have this one. She looked touched and thanked me. We smiled at each other and agreed to restart fresh and leave all problems behind. And next time, we would compete friendly and fairly with our real capability. After that, we became friends. We started hanging out, Eric too, and on occasions, Kurt. I always tried to drag him along with us. I think he and Anna would make the cutest couple, but he always seems like he has something on his mind. Anyway, the concert for Swing Club's anniversary was around the corner, and we all knew this was the biggest show of the year. Everyone would be there, including professionals. The newbies had been there over 3 months, so all could try out for the lead roles. Everyone wanted the opening or closing solos. I tried out for the closing solo spot, and naturally, so did Anna. Only this time, we practiced together and competed fairly. Eric and I even prepared a duet. The other kids kept telling us our voices complemented each other. Turns out, they were right. Plus, I liked singing with Eric, as it also meant I had an excuse to hang out with him even more than normal. After practice, we'd go and grab a burger, go to the park, or go and watch a movie. Being around him made me smile so much my face ached. But I don't know. We were just friends, right? So, the parts for the concert were chosen via a casting day, where everyone in the club got to vote for their favorites. A massive crowd formed outside of the notice board and waited in anticipation for Miss Anderson to pin the results up. I pushed through the crowd and read the results. OMG! I did it! I had the closing solo, and I also secured the duet with Eric, who also won the opening solo, which I was super stoked about, as he really deserved it. Anna was a bit disappointed, of course, but she seemed genuinely happy for me, as she still got in with a duet and another group performance. She ran over and hugged both Eric and me in celebration. Then suddenly, Kurt violently grabbed his backpack, which caused Eric's to fall to the ground. Then he just walked over it and stormed off. What's with him? That's so not okay. I ran after him and demanded to know what his problem was. Kurt, what's wrong with you? I know that you're very sad for not getting the spot. I'm so sorry. But could you at least not be so rude, especially in front of the whole club? He turned around and yelled at me.
Yeah, so what? Easy for you to say. You get what you want, don't you?
That's not what I meant, but come on. It's fair play. Everyone voted. You couldn't blame...
Oh, right. Now thinking about it, I bet you voted for your Prince Eric, not me. It's not like I can ever compete against him, is it, Haley?
I just shook my head and walked off. This was so absurd. Since when did he become so childish and headstrong? Who was he to yell at me? I hadn't even done anything. I walked back to the board, and everyone was talking about going out for dinner to celebrate. But I wasn't in the mood, so I made an excuse and left first. Eric must have noticed that and offered to drive me home. In the car, I told him I was sorry for Kurt's behavior earlier. Eric was all cool and comforted me, trying to calm me down, and talked about stuff so I could forget about it. Then he took me to an old outdoor stage in the park. We sat there on the hood of his car, and he told me about how seeing a street artist right on this stage when he was little had inspired him to be who he is today. Every time he felt doubtful about his dream or nervous before a show, he'd come here to find peace of mind. He's right. This place is so nice. With the cool breeze and a beautiful view, I felt so at ease already. I wasn't sure if that was because of this magical place, or it's just because I was with Eric. Strange to admit, but I always felt so comfortable around him. We could chit-chat about anything on Earth from dawn till dusk. Then suddenly, there was an awkward silence. He called my name, but his head was turning away.
Haley?
Hey, it's Haley back again. So, if you remember in the last part of my story, my best friend Kurt turned into a jealous jerk, all because he didn't get the opening solo in the concert. And being the sweet and caring guy that he is, Eric took me out to cheer me up. We were chatting about all things on Earth. He really helped ease my mind. But suddenly, there was an awkward silence. Then Eric said,
Haley, these last few months getting to know you have been so amazing. I was wondering if you'd consider, being my girlfriend?
Oh my God, I never expected him to say that. I stared at him open-mouthed.
So?
He looked at me. That's when I realized that he was still waiting for my reply. It'd be a lie to say that I haven't thought about him in that way before. In fact, at that moment, I was so happy. I just wanted to give him the biggest hug right away. But instead, I clumsily told him to give me a little time. It was just a slip of the tongue due to me being nervous. But before I could correct myself, I saw his reaction. He couldn't even keep his cool anymore, and his hopeful face turned into an obvious frown. He looked like a little sulky puppy. Why does he have to be so cute? He told me,
Of course, but that means I still have a chance, right?
I couldn't help but smile and winked. Maybe. Then he drove me home. Before I got out of the car, I whispered to him, "Yes, I'll be your girlfriend," and quickly kissed him on the cheek, then ran as fast as possible into my house. My heart was beating so fast, and I peeked through the window to see him dancing and smiling beside his car. My boyfriend was just the cutest. We started dating and soon became the it couple in swing club. The other kids were always commenting on how perfect we were together. Everything was going so well. I not only had a solo in the concert, but I'd also get to duet with Eric, and our relationship was growing from strength to strength. Every day, I woke up to his good morning text, which included a voice message of him singing some sweet tunes for me. Then later at school, he gave me my favorite candy and a bottle of water to keep me hydrated throughout practice. He was just the best. The only downside in my life was Kurt, who barely spoke to me since the backpack incident. I missed him like crazy, but there was no excuse for the way he was acting, as I hadn't done anything wrong. I was just going to give him space and hope he'd eventually come around. Finally, the day of the concert arrived, and whoa! Miss Anderson had chosen to mention my performance, complete with my picture, to promote the event in the local press. I was so happy and proud of myself. Now, I just had to make sure I didn't mess it up. Luckily, I didn't. Even though I was super nervous, the duet with Eric went amazingly. I was so proud of him for not letting his nerves get in the way. The concert was a success as a whole. We were on the local press and news again after that. And guess who was featured on them the most? Yes, it was Hayley Miller again. Then, a few days later, there were even rumors circulating school that a representative from a record label in LA was at the concert and that they had their eye on someone. That's it! It had to be me, right? I sang my heart out, and even kids I didn't know were coming up to me and telling me how I was the star of the show. I was so excited to go to the club meeting and hear my name announced. I walked into the room with a huge smile on my face. Then Miss Anderson made an announcement. As you all know, it's been leaked out that a label representative is interested in one of you. Well, I can now confirm that this is true, and the person in question is our very own Eric Jones. Congratulations, Eric. Eric looked so shocked, but not as me. Thousands of things went through my head. I was so overwhelmed, while the other kids clapped and cheered, and I just forced myself to do the same. I know he's my boyfriend, and he's very talented, but as you see, I'd been the one singing the closing solo. I was the one having strangers congratulate me, and I was the one on the press. While everyone was praising Eric, I swiftly left and went home. Eric kept on texting and calling me, but I ignored them all. I just needed some time alone to process my feelings. I didn't want to feel jealous of him, but I couldn't help it. I knew it was wrong, but wait. No, maybe it was not. I had the right to be upset, since I too had worked so hard for it, right? That night, I felt so down that I even skipped dinner and locked myself in my room with all these thoughts. Failure sucks. And sure, it's not easy to face it, but I knew I had to accept the truth, sooner or later. Eric did nothing wrong, and he deserved it, so I shouldn't make him feel bad for achieving his dream. So I sent Eric a message arranging to meet him tomorrow. I should at least properly congratulate Eric and apologize to him for my childish reaction, right? We met in the park, by the duck pond. Eric was already waiting for me, and I noticed how he looked so sad. I walked over to him and said, "Hi, Eric. Look, I've been a brat, and I'm so sorry. I was just disappointed in myself, so I wasn't ready to talk. But I'm okay now, and for sure. You deserve this opportunity. I know that. I'm so happy for you. I truly am. I held his hands and smiled, trying to cheer him up. He replied,
"It's okay, Haley. It must have been hard for you. I know you meant well."
He smiled back.
"Just so you know, I've turned the offer down anyway. I'm not ready to leave this town. Or, you, just yet."
Whoa, this was crazy. As if he'd actually turned down the opportunity of a lifetime for me. Then he continued,
"Besides, I'm not confident enough yet. I still get such bad stage fright. I know this is for the best."
I hugged him and told him that I respected his choice and that even if he wanted to take this offer, he'd still have 100% of my support. To be honest, I did feel such a big relief, so things could carry on to be the same again. We're back as normal students again and wouldn't have to worry about dealing with a long-distance relationship. But then, I kept thinking about it. The more I thought, the more this made no sense. Nerves or not, he couldn't give up on his dream, could he? If that was me, I would never, ever let that chance slip away. My time is yet to come, but it's Eric's time now. I had to tell him to accept the offer before it's too late. I rang him, and as soon as he answered, I blurted out, "You have to accept the offer, else you'll regret it forever. Don't miss the chance just because of me. I'm fine with it and fully support you. I'm serious." Eric told me to stop overthinking, and that it was too late anyway, as the guy from the label, Will, had a flight back to LA that evening. Oh no! I didn't know what to do. All I knew was I needed to do something, so I immediately called Miss Anderson and giving her a brief sum-up of the situation and asking her for Will's number. She sent it over to me, and I tried calling him, but there was no answer. Okay, at least I knew he hadn't boarded yet. Time was of the essence, so I immediately took my mom's car keys and drove to the airport in search of this guy that I'd never even met. I checked for flights to LA, and thank God there's only one, and it still hadn't departed. I crossed my fingers as I called Will's number again. To my utter relief, he picked up. I rambled out who I was, and he told me we could meet, as he hadn't gone through security yet. Phew! I met Will in front of the departure board. I briefly introduced myself again, then he asked me,
"So, what can I do for you?"
I immediately muttered out, "Please give Eric another chance. He's so talented, and since joining the swing club, he's gotten so much better. I'm positive that with professional training, he will grow even more. You saw something in him, so please give him another shot. He won't disappoint you. I promise." Will was silent for a second. I got impatient, so I added, "He refused your offer the first time because he wasn't thinking straight. He really wants to sing. Singing is his passion." Finally, Will said,
"Okay, all right. Tell him he has 5 days to prepare, and he has to come to LA."
Then he gave me his card and went to the check-in counter. I'd done it! This was crazy! But I was so relieved that I'd succeeded. I doubt I would have been able to live with myself. Phew! It was super late, but this didn't matter. I went straight to Eric's house and told him everything. He was so shocked and touched, and also worried for me for driving such a long way to the airport alone at night to do all this for him. Then he hugged me tight and thanked me. But then I realized that we only had 5 days left together, so we promised each other that we would make those 5 days memorable. In the mornings, I would help Eric practice his singing, and in the evenings, we would go out. Eric asked me to make a list of all the things I would like us to do. I just wanted to be with him and treasure every second we're together, so I said, "I just want to ride the giant wheel." Eric looked a bit confused at first. Then he said,
"Is that all? We could do something else if you wanted."
"Nah." I shook my head. The giant wheel sounds perfect. Besides, what's better than seeing the town I care about with my extremely cute boyfriend? So, the day before Eric left for the starry heights of LA, we went to the giant wheel, which was in an amusement park on the outskirts of town. We bought some hot dogs and ate them while riding it. When we reached the top, the view up there was just beautiful. We held hands and enjoyed it together. Then Eric asked me why I chose the giant wheel to hang out. I replied, "Well, when I was little, my family used to come here, and my parents always told me the story of how they met at this giant wheel. It was in the evening. My mother was already in one of the cabins, and then my father came in too. He didn't know somebody was already in there, but when he noticed it was already taken, it was too late. He couldn't get out. And so 2 strangers had to sit together in a super small wheel cabin. At first, it was super awkward, but then they started chatting, and from that moment on, their love story began. My mother always told me to bring someone special here. She said this place has something magical, because it could make 2 strange people fall in love. So that's why I brought you here, 'cause you are my special one. Eric looked at me with wide open eyes. I will come back and help you fulfill your dream to become a professional singer. Please wait for me. Then he kissed me, and it was the most magical moment of my life. Hey, Haley here. So, in the last episode, my boyfriend Eric was spotted by a record representative, Will, from LA. At first, I'm ashamed to say I was so jealous of his success, but then he told me that he had turned the offer down. At first, I was so surprised by his decision, but then I felt guilty, as I was part of the reason that made him decide to give up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I rectified this by racing to the airport and persuading Will to give him another chance. And luckily, he agreed. But Eric only had 5 days to prepare. Then he had to come to LA. So we decided to make the last 5 days together memorable. On the last day before Eric was off, we went together to the giant wheel, and Eric promised me that he would be back and help me achieve my dream to become a professional singer. Now, Eric's leaving today. I went with Eric and his family to the airport. I couldn't stop crying as I hugged him goodbye. He said,
I'll see you soon, Haley.
Then he kissed me on my forehead. This only made me cry even more, and his mom comforted me in her arms. So that was it. Eric was going to LA to be a star, and I was staying here and focusing on swing club. We can make this long-distance thing work, right? Luckily, I had Anna around. We grew really close and hung out all the time. Crazy, huh? When she wasn't acting all jealous, she was the sweetest girl. Kurt also hung out with us sometimes, but I was still mad at him. He'd never actually apologized to me for the way he spoke to me. He just joined our lunch table one day and acted like everything was fine. As good as it is to have Kurt as a friend again, he's been acting weird. Sometimes he brought me coffee and put it on my desk with all these notes stuck on it, like a special drink for a special girl, K. I always tried to remove the notes before Anna noticed them, as I didn't want her to get the wrong idea again. As for Eric, I understand he's a busy guy, but he barely ever answered his phone. It was so frustrating. I just wanted to hear his voice. The only way I could see and hear him was through his song cover videos that his agency uploaded on YouTube. One day, after swing club, I stayed behind. I was sitting at the piano and scrolling through some old pics of Eric and me when I realized Kurt was standing behind me. He was just staring at me. It was kinda weird. I said, "Oh, hi Kurt. I didn't realize you were there." He replied,
Haley, he left you here so he could chase his dreams. Now, he doesn't even call you. That's so selfish. You should be with someone who stays by your side. Someone like me.
I stuttered. Kurt, He cut me off and continued.
I will never leave you like he did.
And then he held my hand and looked deep into my eyes. Oh my God! I was shocked. Why me? Didn't he know that Anna liked him? So I pulled back my hand and told him that I was still with Eric, and I hoped he respected that. He told me to think about it, then give him an answer after we finished filming the upcoming music video. Oh, yes. Our club was going to film a music video for a song cover, and the leading actors were Kurt and me. There was one scene where Kurt was supposed to kiss my cheek. Of course, I didn't agree. The last thing I wanted was for Eric as well as Anna to misunderstand us when they saw that, so I asked the director to change it to hugging. The day of the video arrived, and it was such a buzz. I loved my outfit, and I was having so much fun. But then, that scene arrived, and when I went to hug Kurt, but he lunged forward and kissed me. On my lips! Oh my God! How could he? I was mad at him, but I couldn't make a scene just because of a kiss. It would affect the film crew, and it would be so unprofessional. So I just went through it. I took a glance at Anna, and I could see how disappointed she was. Then she immediately left the set. While I felt very uncomfortable, the director was so pleased that Kurt was going off script. He said it made the music video more interesting. But I was so mad. He not only forced me to kiss him, but also made Anna misunderstand me. After the music video, I texted Anna to meet me at a cafe near the school. She showed up looking so sad, and I felt dreadful. I bought her a latte and a blueberry muffin, her favorites. Then I explained to her how Kurt had gone off script without discussing it with me first. Anna suddenly turned to the windows, looked into the distance, and replied with a sad tone, "That sucks. But I believe you. I've seen the way he looks at you. Anna, you need to tell him how you feel." "Maybe," she sighed. "I don't know." I was relieved that Anna and I were still friends, but I was still furious with Kurt. How dare he do that to me? It wasn't right. Besides, he knew I was still with Eric. So the next day after the club, I went up to Kurt and told him we needed to talk. "Kurt, I don't have feelings for you. You are my best friend. Please don't destroy our friendship." Kurt got angry and yelled, "But I don't want to be just your friend. I want to be more than that. Please, Haley, just give me a chance. I will show you that I'm much better than Eric." I replied, "Please, stop it. I love Eric. I will never be with you. Anna likes you. You should be with her." This made him even madder, and he shouted, "What are you doing? You hate me so much that you have to push me away to another girl? Unbelievable!" And then he stormed off. Oh my God, why was he so stubborn? Why wouldn't he listen to me? And now he acted like I was the one in the wrong. That's so frustrating. That night, I called Anna and confided in her. After learning about Kurt's anger at me because I tried to put the two of them together, she said, "If I were Kurt, I would be angry like that too. But don't be mad at him anymore. I will help you two make up." I don't know how Anna did it, but a few days later, Kurt came up to me and apologized. After that, our friendship was restored, and he never mentioned his feelings towards me again, although he did wince every time I mentioned Eric. Talking of Eric, I missed him so much, especially since the summer vacation. There were days when I just laid down on my bed and listened to his cover songs over and over again, all day long. I also read every comment from the audiences under each video. All are compliments for him, which made me very happy and proud of him. Although Eric and I rarely spoke, and I was usually the one who called first, every time I heard his voice, I felt fully charged. I could tell from his voice that he missed me too. Then one day, I was lying on my bed listening to music when my phone suddenly rang. It was Anna. She asked me, "Did you hear the news? Eric is about to debut. I accidentally saw his name on a poster in the street." I was surprised and excited. Finally, my boy could reach his dream. I immediately called Eric, and fortunately, this time he picked up. I excitedly asked him, "Are you about to debut?" Eric said he was chosen to perform the opening performance of a famous artist's concert in LA. He continued, "I wish you could attend. I miss you so much. You should come here." Hearing Eric say that made my heart filled with joy. To be honest, I also missed him like crazy, and I couldn't wait to see him again. But then suddenly, at that moment, an idea popped into my mind. I would surprise him. So I replied, "Oh, what a shame. I really want to see you perform, but I have a swing club concert then." His voice was low. "That's all. So don't worry. When I'm free, I'll fly back to meet you." After Eric hung up, I eagerly called Anna and Kurt and invited them to go to LA with me. They both happily agreed. Eek! This was so exciting! I booked a flight, hotel, and prepared my belongings. I couldn't wait to see Eric's face when I surprised him. We arrived in sunny LA. Anna and Kurt went to the hotel, and I hopped in a taxi straight to Eric's house. I'd sent him a few care packages, so I knew his address. I went to Eric's door and rang the bell, but no one answered. So, even though I was super sad, this wouldn't have the same surprise effect. I sat on the doorstep and called him. After learning that I was in LA, Eric was a bit surprised, but immediately he happily said, "I just moved to a new house closer to my company to facilitate practice.
I'll send you the new address.
I eagerly waited for his address to come through. Only 20 minutes passed, and he still hadn't sent it. So I called him again, only this time Will picked up and told me that Eric was urgently rehearsing for his upcoming performance, so he couldn't take the call. I felt so disheartened. I'd come all this way to see him, and now it felt like it had all been for nothing. I knew Eric was busy, but I just told him I was here in LA. So why couldn't he have grabbed a minute and explained to me that he had to rehearse? Surely he owed me that at least. I missed him so much, and I just wanted to see him, but I was beginning to feel he didn't want to see me. Hey, Haley here again. So, in the last episode, Eric had gone to LA to become a singing sensation, while I was left at home, missing him like crazy. When he told me he was performing his debut stage, I decided to go to LA and surprise him. Only, my plan failed miserably when I showed up at the wrong address. Then his manager, Will, answered the phone and told me Eric was too busy to meet me. Naturally, I felt bummed out. But Anna and Kurt insisted on cheering me up, so they took me to Disneyland. Okay, so I tried to have fun. I really did. But everywhere I looked, I saw lovey-dovey couples. Anna and Kurt seemed to be growing closer. They kept on taking pictures together. As happy as I was for them, this reminded me that Eric wasn't here with me. Then, when I was deep in thought, my phone beeped. I smiled when I saw it was a message from Eric and presumed he was sending me over his address. But instead, he said,
"There are VIP tickets to collect for you. I can't wait to see you backstage after the show. Smiley face, X."
I couldn't believe my eyes. Eric had got us 3 VIP tickets. It was a sold-out show, so it was the coolest thing ever. As soon as I showed the message to my friends, Anna squealed excitedly. But I couldn't help but notice that Kurt didn't look all that thrilled. We got ready and arrived at the show super early. I went to the booth to pick the tickets up. I looked at the tickets excitedly, but what's this? There was nothing on them about being VIP tickets. There must have been a mistake, right? So I asked the lady behind the desk about it. She frowned at me and assured me there was no mistake. Annoyed, I walked off and called Eric, but unsurprisingly, he didn't answer. No doubt he was in rehearsals or something. I was really disappointed because I just wanted to be by his side, to encourage and cheer him on the first time he performed. But now I couldn't. Plus, I was a little nervous his stage fright would return. I explained the mix-up to the others, and Anna was cool about it, and Kurt just rolled his eyes and muttered out,
"Figures."
I didn't bother asking him what he meant by this. I was already bummed out enough. The show was great, and Eric's performance, well, it was so amazing. He'd come on so much since I'd last heard him sing, and I was so proud of him. As soon as the show ended, I rang Eric again, and this time he picked up. I told him about the tickets, and he seemed confused. He confirmed to me that he asked the manager for 3 VIP tickets for us. Then Eric continued.
"Now I'm joining an after-party. I'll send you the address. Let's meet there."
I replied, "Sure, I'll be there. I miss you." I told Anna and Kurt about the party, but they both said they were tired, so made their way back to the hotel. It's okay, as I grabbed a taxi and went to the party by myself. As soon as I entered, I was overwhelmed by the bustle of the party. I'd only been there a few minutes, and I saw a super famous actor walk past me. This was so cool. I grabbed a glass of wine, stood in the corner of the room, and looked at Eric. He stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by a lot of people toasting glasses. Suddenly, I felt like an outsider. Now Eric was a rising star, and I was still an unknown child. After a while, the crowd thinned out, and then a smiling Eric walked over to me. Oh my God, my heart was beating so fast. Finally, I could meet him. I happily waved at him. But then suddenly, Will strode over and whispered something in his ear before he pulled him away. What? Why did he do that? I didn't even have time to say anything to Eric. An anxious restlessness swirled in my heart, so I secretly followed the two of them. Will pulled Eric over to the end of the hallway and said harshly,
"How dare you bring that girl here? If the press finds out, you can kiss goodbye to your career."
Eric replied,
"She's my girlfriend."
Will interrupted immediately.
"You have to keep this a secret. If your fans know that you have a girlfriend already and that she's some nobody, they will definitely turn their back on you. After a moment of silence, Eric spoke up. Is it you who changed the VIP tickets to regular ones? He replied. Yeah, that was me. It's for the best. Trust me, you don't want all your efforts down the drain, do you? Eric was silent and said nothing. Then Will continued. You see, Haley saw your success, so she wanted to approach you. Think about it. What? What did he just say? I was shocked and angry to hear this. I waited for Eric to defend me, but to my confusion, he didn't say a thing. Is this what Eric thought of me? That I was only using him to ride on his fame? I immediately stepped out and appeared in front of them. They both looked totally shocked, but I looked right at Will with wild eyes and said, You don't need to worry. I'm out of here right now. Then I turned to Eric. I honestly believed you had more faith in me. I guess now I know where I stand. We're over. I hope fame's everything you expect it to be. I stormed out of there, somehow managing not to burst into tears until I reached the street. My heart hurt so much when I realized a harsh fact. Popularity was the invisible wall that separated me and Eric. Then suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. I turned back and saw Eric chasing after me, but I carried on walking. He caught up with me and pulled on my hand. Haley, you misunderstood everything. Let me explain. I stopped walking and said, I think I've heard enough. Don't worry, I won't affect your career. Eric quickly interrupted me. No, don't say that. I'm so sorry. Haley, I promise I won't let Will interfere with our relationship anymore. He hugged me tightly, and I felt my heart melt. It felt so familiar being in his arms. I missed him so much and wanted to believe him. My tears kept rolling down my cheeks, but not because of anger. It was tears of love. We stood like that for a long time. Then Eric said, Let me take you to a place. Then he drove me to the Griffith Observatory. And whoa, it was so beautiful. We sat there and watched the stars twinkling. This night had been a roller coaster, but right now, there was nowhere else I'd rather be. So I looked at him and said, If only this moment could last forever. Eric smiled at me, then asked, So, how long are you going to stay here? I looked at him sadly and replied, I have to go back tomorrow. Eric pleaded with me, Can you stay for another week? Next week I'm free. I'll show you the LA hotspots. Stay with me. Please? Swing Club could cope without me for a week, right? And it would be amazing to spend some quality time with Eric. So I agreed to stay for another week. Anna and Kurt had flights booked for the next day, so they went back. I'm glad I chose to stay, as the next week with Eric by my side was amazing. We went to so many cool places, such as the Getty Center and the Farmers Market. I was so happy to always be with him. But there was one thing that annoyed me. Eric had to wear this wig, oversized hat, and big shades to disguise himself everywhere. But anyway, I knew that was best for him, for his career, and for me. The week whizzed by, and soon my last full day in LA arrived. And although I missed my friends in Swing Club, I felt sad about leaving Eric. Eric was performing at this music festival that day, so he gave me a ticket, and grinning said, Here. Now I know it's definitely VIP. This was so sweet of him, so I smiled and thanked him. The festival was huge. I'd never seen so many people before in my life. And then there was the VIP area. Oh my god, I spotted an A-list rapper praying for his performance, and a famous boy band practicing their dance routine. Eric's performance was, as always, outstanding. Afterward, I rushed into the VIP area and into the big tent. Whoa! It was full of so many famous people. I tried finding Eric, then I spotted him in the corner. He was talking to a girl. I walked over to him, and I couldn't believe my eyes. With him was Clara. She's this super famous singer who's been dubbed the new Taylor Swift. I really admired her. She's only 2 years older than me, but she's achieved so much. On seeing me, Eric introduced me to Clara. It turns out she's with the same record company as him, and they were preparing to release a product together. I happily said, Hi, to Clara, and eagerly asked her to take a photo with me. I hurriedly took my phone from my bag and was about to hold it up to take a photo,
but Clara immediately pushed my hand away and took a step back, then said, no, I'm not free. This surprised me, so I muttered, oh, okay. Then she sweetly smiled at Eric as she rubbed his shoulder and said, bye, Eric. I'll catch you later. Then completely blanking me, she sashayed away. What just happened? I stood there open-mouthed and feeling confused. Honestly, what is being a famous artist? Was it necessary to deliberately act arrogant to prove herself a star like that? Hey, it's me, Haley again. So, in the last episode, after a few hiccups at the beginning, I spent an amazing week in LA with Eric. Although, on meeting the singer Clara, who I was a huge fan of, I realized that she was such a diva, and actually really rude. Oh well, I guess it just goes to show that fame really does go to some people's heads. Luckily for me, I had the sweetest boyfriend ever, even if he was set for stardom. Going back home was bittersweet. I was eager to see my family and friends and get back to swing club. But I knew I was going to miss Eric like crazy. So, I put all my focus into helping Miss Anderson out with the yearly entrance contest. There were some seriously talented kids trying out, but it was this one boy, Phil, who impressed me the most. The piano, saxophone, guitar, you name it, he could play it. Not only this, but he also composed and produced music. Seeing him perform his self-composed songs, I had to exclaim, wow, some people got all the talent. So, okay, Phil was talented and all, but he reminded me of Eric. Last year, at this same stage, in the last entrance contest of our club, he also shined like that. Eric's debut received enthusiastic support from audiences and experts. As a result, he was on the front page of pretty much every newspaper going, and his song kept on being played on the radio. I was so proud of him, but to be honest, I felt a bit sad and envious of Eric. You see, I had singing dreams too, but don't get me wrong, Eric's success was the driving force for me to try harder. In fact, I planned to apply to a university in LA after graduation so that I could work on my career while being close to him. Anyway, for now, I had school to focus on. Talking of school, West High was celebrating its 50th anniversary, so each club had to perform. And naturally, Miss Anderson was adamant that Swing Club's performances would be the best. We all sat in a circle in the meeting room, and Miss Anderson asked us one by one if we had any ideas for songs to perform. Anna was desperate to sing a Miley Cyrus song, and Kurt wanted to do a singing and dancing act. When she got to Phil, he gave an awkward look, then said, well, I guess I have this one song I think would work well, but it needs a singer. Then he played the demo, and wow, it was so good. I immediately said, Phil, it's a great song. I'll do it. But then, in a cold voice, he replied, no, you don't match my compositions. This took me by surprise, so I asked him, why? Why not me? Not only did he not answer me, he also pushed his seat back, then walked out of the meeting. Everyone started whispering, and I heard comments such as, that's so awkward, and how embarrassing. Miss Anderson looked flustered, but then she continued to go around the circle as normal. I sat there as red as a tomato and feeling confused. Did he have to be that cruel? I mean, what had I ever done to him? Or he thought that I was not talented enough? But Phil's song was really good, and I wanted to sing that song. I was going to try my hardest to convince Phil that I was the best choice for his song. For the next few days, I kept following Phil and made every effort to persuade him, but it didn't work. I walked up to his locker singing part of the song, but he slammed his locker door shut and walked off. Then I persuaded Anna to talk to him and tell him that my voice would match perfectly with his song, but he told her the answer was still no, and to tell me to quit pestering him. Why was he so stubborn? I really couldn't understand what the hell he was thinking. If all this wasn't stressful enough, the rumors started in the press. They said that Eric was dating someone. I freaked out, thinking my name and picture would be plastered all over the front page. Only there was no mention of me at all. In fact, all the articles were super vague. I knew Will thought it would be problematic if news got out Eric was dating a nobody. And of course, I didn't want to damage his career. But at the same time, I was sick of keeping everything so secretive. I guess a part of me just wanted to shout to everyone, right, I'm Eric's girlfriend, the charming star who's taking over LA right now. But after all, fortunately, the press didn't mention me at all. It was good for Eric, and for me as well. I just wanted people to know about me for my talent, not my scandal. But it was also strange. How did the press know he was dating someone? Had someone spotted us on the streets of LA? That night, I texted Eric to ask him about it, but he didn't reply. Sigh. Then one weekend morning, while I was lying in my room, thinking about how to persuade Phil to let me sing his song, I got a text from Anna. She sent me a link, and when I clicked to read it, I was shocked and couldn't believe what I was reading. It was an article saying, Eric, the newest star on the block's secret girlfriend is finally revealed. It's none other than chart sensation, Clara. What? This couldn't be right. There's no way Eric would do this to me. I needed to hear Eric's version, so I urgently grabbed my phone and rang him. I waited for so long, but no one picked up. What had happened? Why didn't he answer his phone? I became nervous and kept calling him again and again. I had to ask him the truth, or else I would explode. When I almost wanted to give up, suddenly Eric replied,
Hallie, it's me.
I stammered. Eric? What happened? How could you? Without letting me finish my sentence, he replied,
Haley, please, believe me. It's just a rumor. There's nothing between us. I'll publish a disclaimer soon. I miss you.
I burst into tears and sobbed.
Don't cry. I miss...
The phone went dead. What happened? He hasn't even finished the sentence yet. I called him back, but he didn't answer. Then a message arrived.
Babe, I'm preparing my new songs and I'm kinda busy. I'll call you back when I have free time. Don't worry, everything will be okay. X.
I couldn't help but feel hurt. I needed reassurance right now. But he didn't have any time for me. But I guess he was just super busy at the moment. So I decided to believe him and wait for him to correct the press about that rumor. Yes, that was it. This was just some kind of rumor. Every celeb had at least one, right? I waited for Eric's call, but it didn't come, and nor did the public disclaimer. The articles about Eric and Clara continued, but still, he didn't even send me a message. Was he so busy that he couldn't text me back? Not even once while things were messed up like this? Worse still, I had to go into swing club knowing everyone was gawping at me and talking about me behind my back. Someone even put one of the articles about Eric and Clara in my locker. Ugh! Weeks passed, and I hadn't heard a word from Eric. I missed him like crazy, but I couldn't do anything else. So, one afternoon, after practice, instead of going home, I decided to go to the old outdoor stage in the park, where Eric had taken me before. I needed somewhere quiet to find peace of mind. I lied down on the stage and looked up in the sky. The sun was setting, and I remembered the first time Eric brought me here, and we'd talk about our life and dreams. But now, it was just me, lying here and missing him. I pulled out the phone from my bag and looked through our old photos, which we took in LA. I suddenly smiled. Both of us looked so happy together, but now that felt like a lifetime ago. I opened Instagram to see if he posted something new, because, honestly, it was the only way for me to know how he was recently. Then I froze when I saw a picture. Eric was sitting next to Clara while she was leaning her head gently on his shoulder and smiling. To make it worse, the caption below was, "Nice weekend." Oh my God, I couldn't believe my eyes. He told me not to worry and to believe him, and that he would deny the rumor. I trusted him, and this is what I got in return? The comment section was full of fan comments, such as "couple of the year" and "finally he confirmed it." I burst into tears with anger. I couldn't even breathe. It hurt. It hurt so much. Shakily, I took the phone and dialed Eric's number. Of course, no one replied, as usual, but I kept calling him. I wouldn't give up. I deserved the truth. Finally, he picked up the phone. Without letting him say anything, I shouted, "How could you treat me like this? Just tell me the truth." Someone spoke out. "Haley, it's me, Will. Eric's busy producing a new song, so he can't pick up the phone. If you have something important, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on." I got up the nerve and replied, "Please let me know. Is the rumor about Eric and Clara real or not?" Will calmly said, "Yeah, it is. They're dating." What Will had said was like a knife to my heart. I was totally frozen. Everything was clear, but I still chose to believe him blindly. It was all my fault. It was dark now, but I sat still, motionless on the stage. My heart sunk in my chest. Then the tears began to flow. Suddenly, I heard someone saying, "Ooh la la, what do we have here? Look, a little cat is crying." I looked up and saw 2 boys around my age staring at me. One of them approached me. "Hey, beautiful, why are you so sad? Let us take you to another place and have some fun, okay?" He reached his hand toward me. I yelled at them, "No! Stay away from me!" I pushed his hand away and tried to shout loudly, but he didn't give up. He smirked at me and said, "No one's gonna hear you. Come on, come with me." Then he started dragging me forward. I shouted out for help, but it was getting late, so no one was around to hear. Or so I thought. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me sharply say, "Stop! Let her go!" Hey, Haley again. So, in the last episode, my life was currently one big mess. Not only had I found out that my boyfriend Eric was dating the superstar Clara, but now some jerks were trying to kidnap me in the park. Luckily, someone came to my rescue. I turned around to see who it was, and OMG, it was Kurt. I've never been so pleased to see someone in all of my life. The boy gripping my arm said to Kurt, "I suggest you get out of here. Can't you see we're kind of busy here?" Kurt replied, "Let her go. Don't let me hurt you." They both laughed and grabbed my arm harder as they pulled me forward. I tried wriggling free, but they were both just too strong. It was horrible, and I cried out in pain. Immediately, Kurt charged towards them and started fighting them off me. Wow, I'd never seen this side of Kurt before. He was like the Hulk. After a few minutes, the 2 boys ran off in fear. When they were both far enough away from Kurt, they turned around and shouted, "You little turd! You just wait!" Then they hurried away. Those boys scared me to death. But I didn't want to appear like a weak little girl to Kurt, so I just smiled and said, "Thanks, bro. Those karate classes definitely paid off." Kurt looked furious. He yelled at me. "What are you doing here? And at this time? It's late now. Don't you know it?" I muttered out, "I had something on my mind and didn't realize the time, but it's okay now. You're here and saved me. Forget it. Let's go home. I'm hungry." He frowned at me. "Don't change the subject. It's because of Eric, right? Is he worth it, Haley?" I couldn't help but burst into tears upon hearing that. Did I do something wrong? He told me to believe him, so I believed him blindly, no matter what happened. Even when he didn't text me back. Even when those rumors were everywhere. But you know what? He's left me for Clara. And he didn't even bother to tell me this himself. I heard it from his manager. Kurt said, "Haley, he doesn't deserve you. Trust me, that jerk's not worth it." I sniffed. But I still love him, even when he hurt me so much. I sat down on the ground and cried even louder. Kurt sat down next to me and patted my head. "Don't be sad. You're gonna be a massive star, much bigger than him or his stupid girlfriend, and then make him regret. Now, let me take you home." I nodded my head, and he put his arm around my shoulders to comfort me as we walked. The next morning, when I was lying on my bed in my PJs, Anna and Kurt came to my room and asked me to go out to get some fresh air. I didn't feel like going anywhere, but sitting around moping wasn't doing me any good. Anna brushed my hair and picked me out an outfit. Then Kurt drove us all to the park. Kurt and I were sitting on the bench and waiting for Anna to buy some ice cream. I asked, "What were you doing in the park last night anyway? I thought it was over, but luckily, you were there." Kurt replied, "I passed the park while coming home, so I decided to walk around to get some fresh air. Then I heard your voice, so I ran to see what was happening." I smiled. Wow, how lucky was I, right? Thanks a lot, Kurt. Kurt nudged me and said, "I hate seeing you like this. Why do you have to hurt yourself for someone who doesn't belong to you?" His words have shaken me. Kurt was right. I wasn't myself. I'd turned into a version of myself I didn't like. To try and hold onto a boy who'd already let me go? As much as it hurt, last night had made me realize that I needed to face the truth. I sighed and replied, "You're right. It's time to let him go and live my own life." Suddenly, Kurt told me, "I'm always here for you, and I'm happy to wait." I turned to him, smiled, and replied, "You're my best friend, Kurt, and I care about you. But preventing someone from finding their true love is just as bad as keeping someone who doesn't love you. You deserve the world, and I can't give you that, just as Eric can't give it to me." Kurt gave a disappointed sigh. I didn't want to hurt him, but I couldn't lie to him either. My heart didn't belong to him. After going out with Kurt and Anna, I felt much better about everything. I realized that music was still my only love and passion, and I needed to focus on it and not let anything else get in the way. We were about to graduate soon, and I didn't have much time, so I wanted to dedicate all this precious time to the swing club. The school ceremony was coming, and I wanted to take this opportunity to have a memorable performance, but Phil still insisted on not letting me sing his song. What a stingy boy! I didn't understand what his problem was with me. Why did he have to view me as his enemy? Then, one time, when I was walking past the practice room, I saw Phil training with some other members. OMG! Why could he let everyone but me sing his song? So I walked into the room and greeted him with a wave, but he just kept his poker face as if he didn't see me. Ugh! This guy thought he's Ice Prince or what? He just glared at me. "Do you mind? Auditions are going on here, and you're not invited." Jeez. Why was he being like this? He wasn't even giving me a chance. I was about to leave the room when I stopped dead on my feet, then walked right up to him. "Yes, actually, I do mind. The least you can do is let me audition." He was silent for a minute. Then he replied, "You want to sing my song, right? Fine. But first, you have to rewrite the sheet music of this song 100 times. By practice tomorrow." What? This boy was crazy. He didn't want me to sing his songs, so he thought of this pointless prank? There was no way I would let his wish be fulfilled. So I replied, 100 times, right? Fine by me, but make sure you keep your promise. He thought I couldn't do it, huh? I'll show him who he's messing with. I went home in a rage and started on it right away. It took me all night to write out his song 100 times. By the end of it, the song was completely embedded in my head. Well, it's a good tune at least. The next day in practice, I placed the copies down in front of him. Here are your 100 copies. You can check them if you want. Phil looked at me surprised and sneaked a smile. Unexpectedly, you're quite persistent. So, after copying it 100 times, do you know the reason why I don't let you sing my song? I smirked. Of course, yes. It's because you hate me. Really, really hate me, right? Phil knocked on my head and said, "Nah, it's not that. You're so confident in your ability that you always change musical notes or the pitch of the song to the way you want them. You never think about the intention of the composer in every musical note, and I can't accept it." What Phil said surprised me, but also made me feel ashamed. That's true. I have always varied the song in my way, as I believed that it would be better to show my singing ability. But I've never thought about how the songwriters must have felt. Was I too confident? Phil slapped my shoulder and said, "Stop thinking. After writing down those notes over and over, I guess every note is in your head, right? If you spontaneously change the song without informing me, there won't be another chance." He left, then turned back and shouted,
Tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m., in the training room. Remember?
The school's 50th anniversary was just around the corner, so it was practice, practice, practice. At least it kept me busy and took my mind off Eric. Besides, it turns out Phil wasn't as hateful as I thought. He was actually a great teacher, and I found that my singing skill has improved a lot. All my practicing paid off, as my performance at the concert was awesome. I've never received such loud applause before. Moreover, the performance was so successful that its video uploaded on the fan page of Swing Club went viral and attracted thousands of views and shares. Maybe Phil was right. I have always focused on showing my voice and forgot that the success of a song wasn't only based on the voice of the singer. Then, Phil came up to me at lunchtime and told me we should release the song and upload it to YouTube. He even suggested we make a professional music video for it. I thought it was extremely insane and impossible, but he said,
"Come on, Haley. Don't you feel wasted working so hard and only singing a song once? Please give this a shot. Let the world see what they're missing."
Okay, so what Phil said made sense. I've always tried to perform perfectly on the stage with the hope that someone would realize my talent and help me become famous. I mean, it worked for others, as well as Eric, but that didn't mean it would work for me. I'd never considered producing a music video by myself. Phil's songs were great, and so was my voice. The last performance was proof of this. So, I agreed with Phil, and we decided to ask for other members' help to produce it. The next few months were crazy busy. We recorded the song, found a location for the video, hired a director and a cameraman. I was worried about the cost, but Phil said he'd cover it, and I could pay him back my share when I was famous. Luckily, other members of Swing Club, especially Kurt and Anna, helped us a lot. Anna was in charge of costumes and makeup, and Kurt was useful with the technical stuff. As for Phil, he became one of my best friends. In fact, we were so close, the other club members called us matching cards of Swing Club. And luckily, all our hard work paid off, as the music video was a massive success and went viral. Wow, this was crazy! As well as having millions of views, there were also so many positive comments and compliments, and this was all in just a few weeks. Okay, so I wasn't a big star yet, but this was a start. My time at school flew by, and my graduation ceremony arrived. I'd had a turbulent last 3 years, but I'd learned so much at West High, and being in the Swing Club, as well as improving my art and maturing, I'd made some amazing lifelong friends. After the ceremony, Kurt, Anna, Phil, and I lay on the grass. I spoke up. I'm going to LA to learn more about music, as it's my biggest passion and also my talent. I will try my best to become a singer, instead of just waiting for luck. Phil agreed with me. He would come to LA and live with passion. Kurt and Anna were different. They decided to enroll in some universities over on the east side. Kurt wanted to step into the musical theater major, and Anna went with the classical music path, so New York was better for them. Everyone had their own plan, and I'm so happy for us all. But suddenly, I thought about Eric. Today was the graduation ceremony, but he was absent. I remembered when we sat together and thought about the future and said that we would enroll in a university that specialized in music in LA and try to become famous singers. But he was already famous and successful. I couldn't help but wonder if our promise of singing on the same stage together would ever be fulfilled. Hey, it's Haley. Did you think that the drama ended when I graduated from school? Ha! As if! Drama seems to have a way of finding me. When it came to my Swing Club friends, then our dreams took us in different directions. Anna and Kurt off to New York to further study the genres of music they loved, while me and Phil moved to the bright lights of LA and enrolled at college there. Being in LA was amazing, but hard work. Not only was it difficult trying to make it in the music industry, in a place where everyone else seemed to want to do the same thing, but I saw my ex-boyfriend Eric and the girl he left me for, Clara, everywhere. On billboards, in magazines, on TV, and so on. But anyway, Luckily, Phil managed to get us a couple of gigs in coffee shops and a couple of bars. We always gave it our best shot, even when the venue was mostly empty or full of drunks. We persevered, but it was hard work, and the money from gigs barely left me with any change after I'd paid for rent and expenses. Phil was making more money on the side by selling some of his songs, so he insisted on funding the majority of our work stuff. That made me feel so bad, but I had no other choice, so I could only try to work even harder, hoping I would soon be able to help out too, so Phil wouldn't have to carry the team by himself anymore. Then this one time, when we finished our set in this swanky lounge that we performed at every Thursday, the manager came over to us and said to me,
Great show as usual, guys, but Haley, could you spice up your wardrobe a bit? You've been rotating the same 3 dresses for weeks now. I think our guests are finding it a little boring.
I was taken aback by this. It was so humiliating. I didn't know how to reply, so I forced a smile. Then Phil chimed in.
Got it. Haley will be in a brand new dress next week.
This seemed to satisfy the manager, as he nodded at us, then left. I turned to Phil. Why did you say that? We're going to record a new song next week, remember? I'm still saving money for the recording. How can I afford a dress? Then Phil smiled and patted my shoulder.
Don't worry, I've got it. I just received my royalty payment. Let's go to the mall, shall we?
Then he dragged me along. I know Phil meant well, but to be honest, I felt really bad about it all. Phil was doing really well, while I was so low on funds, I couldn't even afford a new outfit without help from him. Jeez, when did I become so useless? As we walked to the mall, Phil bombarded me with questions about the type of dress I wanted. Did I want it long or short? Satin? Sequins? I couldn't feign enthusiasm, not when I felt so bummed out about it all. Sensing my mood, he asked,
Hey, Haley, what's wrong? I said to not worry about money. I'll buy this for you.
I replied, No, it's just, I feel so bad for you. I'm like some sort of burden weighing you down, while you obviously could do well on your own. I'll understand if you want to go solo. He was silent for a minute, but then he put his arm around me and said,
I'm sorry, Haley. I never thought about it like that before. I don't pity you or anything. I'm helping you because you're my friend, okay? And I know you'd do the same for me.
I guess he had a point. Friends helped each other out. And of course, I would have done the same for him if the tables were turned. Then he said something I wasn't expecting to hear.
Besides, those songs I've sold make me feel like I'm giving away a part of my soul. They're not what I want to write. They're purely to make money. Meanwhile, I collab with you because we have the same tastes. And your voice is awesome. Our time will come. I truly believe it.
Hearing his words lightened up my heart. I felt so grateful that I had Phil, and like him, I believed our work would pay off in the end. And it sure did. Our time did come, and much sooner than we expected. One late night, me and Phil were struggling to come up with the lyrics for a song in our studio. Well, to be exact, it's just a small corner in Phil's room. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Anna, and as soon as I picked up, she screamed, Congrats! OMG! Why didn't you tell me? She was so loud, I held the phone away from my ear, then said, Tell you what, Anna, calm down. You haven't heard your song, Memories. It's right here, a number 8 on iTunes chart. Check it out right now. Are you sure it's not someone else's song? Don't prank me. You know it's not a funny joke. Haley, will you just go and see for yourself? Phil quickly searched for it on his laptop, and turns out it's real. Wow, our song really was in the charts. We all screamed at the top of our lungs. It felt so amazing. Kurt's congratulation text came right after. I knew our plays count had been increasing, but I didn't imagine our names on the iTunes chart. This was just the beginning. Soon, loads of record labels got in contact with us, including some big ones. It was all so overwhelming. Everything happened all at once. But as thrilled as we were, me and Phil had to tell each other to keep cool and really think this through, because this was a big decision that would change our lives. After a lot of deliberation, we signed with Daystar Records. It's a small, newly established record label. Dean, the CEO, is quite young, but he's a talented man who had worked for many big labels, and we believe he understood our vision the most. We'd chosen to put passion first, over the ambition for instant money and fame. And our new beginning with Daystar immediately hit the news the day we signed the contract. Both our families and our friends from Swing Club flooded us with congratulation messages. Finally! Dreams do come true! I still couldn't believe this. The first day we actually went to work at Daystar Records as their artists, I kid you not, I literally skipped all the way there. Dean was waiting at the door to greet us. Then he showed us around and introduced us to everyone. Apart from different practice rooms, we were also given a small studio of our own. Now Phil had a place for his equipment and to properly produce his songs. Dean even got us some performance spots on a couple of TV shows and organized some interviews. These really helped our fan base to increase, and people started to recognize us in the street. It was so crazy. I was just a normal girl with a love of music. And now I had actual fans. Once, I was in the vocal booth practicing my lines when I heard a knock on the door. I opened it to see a member of staff was holding a huge bouquet of purple peonies, my favorite flower. I opened the card. Haley, like these flowers, you've bloomed. Please never forget how enchanting your voice is, and never let go of your dreams. I know you'll reach the top. I believe in you. I flipped the card over, but there was no name on it. Maybe they were from my mom, and she'd forgotten to put her name on them? Or maybe they were from a fan. Either way, I was deeply touched. I kept the card in my purse as a reminder to keep moving forward, for myself and for the people who are supporting and believing in me. The next few months whizzed by, and I was happy with where my life was going in the City of Angels. There was one thing bugging me, though. It was probably nothing, but Dean was making me a little on the uncomfortable side. It was small things, really, such as, if he knew I was in the practice room, he'd bring me coffee. And on the days I left work late, he'd text me asking if I got home okay. He even suggested getting a folding bed for the studio, so I could stay there if I wanted to. Yeah, I know, he was probably just being nice. But he's a married man. I just see him as a big brother. I felt really awkward and uncomfortable every time he acted like this around me. I didn't want to cross any line, so I thought it best to distance myself from him as much as possible. But then there was this album release party for an A-list singer, and Dean wanted me and Phil to tag along. This was huge! I knew a lot of other celebrities would be there, and this would be a great chance for us to expand our circle in the industry. I jumped in excitement and took Phil's arm. Oh my God, we have to... Then Phil spoke up to Dean. I think I'll pass. You should take Haley with you. I'm not into that kind of noisy party. Sorry. I'd rather go finish this song I'm working on. I'll send you the demo soon. Then Dean replied, I understand. I'm not too keen on these parties either, but it works for me, you know. Then he turned to me. I'll pick you up from here. Tomorrow at 8, okay? I was taken aback. No way. I wouldn't go if Phil didn't. I mean, it would be so awkward if just me and Dean went there. So I quickly replied, I don't think I can go either, as I just remembered I have an appointment tomorrow. I'll join you next time. I forced a smile. Dean stared at me for a second, with confusion in his eyes, before he said, Oh, that's such a pity. This could be a great chance for you guys. Tell me if you change your mind, okay? Then he left. Well, yeah, of course I had 0 appointments, and I was bummed out at missing the party, but I didn't feel comfortable around Dean. And, you know, there probably will be another chance soon. But then later that day, when I was about to go home, I heard someone calling me from behind. Haley, wait up! I have something to tell you! Oh no, that sounded like Dean. Gosh, what did we have to talk about? Hey, it's Haley. So, my dreams of becoming a big star were finally starting to come true. Me and Phil had just performed at the Blue Moon Festival, and the crowd loved us. I was buzzing from the performance when Eric appeared. Ugh, He was the last person I wanted to talk to, but I didn't want Phil and him to end up fighting, so with reluctance, I agreed to hear Eric out. He smiled at me and said,
"Haley, it's so good to see you. You look fantastic."
I grumbled, "Just cut to the chase. I don't have time." He then continued,
"I know it must have been hard for you. I'm sorry for that."
I folded my arms and rolled my eyes. I was so mad. It's been over a year, and he still has never had the decency to explain to me what went wrong between us. We didn't even have a proper breakup. He just went off with that Clara girl. I couldn't take it anymore, so I blurted out, "Just stop! I don't need this. Instead, why don't you just tell me why you cheated on me?" Eric fell silent and just stared at the ground. I let out a sigh and continued, "See? You can't even excuse yourself. Eric, you're nothing more than a coward, and you don't deserve me." Then I left him standing there alone and went to the green room. Upon seeing me walking through the door, Phil hurried over to me and asked if I was okay. I forced a smile and told him everything was fine. I sat down in the corner of the room and tried to hold back my tears. I guess I wasn't fine after all. Instead, seeing Eric had restirred all of my feelings and emotions toward him. Then a staff member appeared in front of me with a huge bouquet of purple peonies. She told me that they'd been sent in for me. So I thanked her and eagerly read the note. But just like the last bunch that I'd received at the studio, there was no name on the card. Just a message. This one read, "Haley, reach for the skies and continue to dazzle like the true star you are." Suddenly, Eric popped into my mind. Could he be the one who sent these flowers? I mean, except for my family, only he knew that purple peonies were my favorite. And why here? Why now? This bouquet of peonies appeared again when Eric was around, but that would make no sense. We're over, and he'd even cheated on me with Clara, who he was still with. Ugh, my mind was messing with me. On the journey home, I stared out of the window and daydreamed about Eric, the flowers, and why he'd just stood there in silence. I knew I shouldn't waste my time with him, as I had better things to do, but it was so hard. Following on from the success of the festival, Phil and I were mentioned online, alongside other famous artists. It was kinda cool, but also kinda awkward seeing our faces on the internet. I guess it'd take some getting used to. Phil suggested we should take advantage of this publicity and start working on our first album right away. He also thought it'd be a good idea for me to input my creativity into it by having a go at writing songs. I'd never written a song before, so I was unsure. Phil was the composer, not me. But then Phil said something that made me change my mind.
"Haley, I know you're still upset about everything that happened with Eric, so why don't you try to channel that hurt into your music? The most moving songs come from the heart."
Phil was right. I'd been bottling up my emotions for so long, maybe it was time I let them out. So, we started working on the album. We didn't want to rush it, so the plan was to release a few singles to keep the fans interested and eager for more, while we spent the next year working on it. Then one day, Swing Club contacted us and asked us to perform at their 20th anniversary party. This was so exciting. I owed so much to Swing Club. They also informed us that Eric had agreed to come too, and that he was bringing Clara along. Well, I guess it was inevitable. On the plus side, Anna and Kurt told me they were going. Yay! It would be awesome to see them. Being back at my old school was weird, but in a good way. Suddenly, I was hit with all those memories. The last time I was here, I was just a teenager with these crazy big dreams of becoming a singer. And now look at me. My dreams had finally come true. Then we walked into the Swing Club rehearsal room. Wow, it hadn't changed at all. I instantly had this warm feeling. It felt like I was home. I saw all the younger students had gathered around Eric and Clara and were asking for their autographs. Then I spotted some of my former classmates. They were standing at the other end of the room and giving Eric and Clara dirty looks, as they were the ones who knew exactly what went on between me and Eric back then. Phil and I went over to them, and as soon as they saw us, The girls, Anna among them, screamed with joy and immediately ran towards us, and we all did a big group hug. Kurt and the boys were standing behind and greeted us too. It was so great to see them all again. Turns out, some goofy love from my friends was just what I needed. Eric spotted us and walked over with a huge smile on his face. Kurt then said out loud, "Let's stand somewhere else, guys. There's a strong scent of cheater around here. Makes me want to puke." Then he walked off, and everyone followed. Not knowing what to do, I just stood there, staring at Eric. To be honest, I felt a little bit bad for him. Anna seemed to figure out what I was thinking, as she dragged me along and said, "Let's go, Haley. This jerk's only getting what he deserves." I knew my friends meant well, but I didn't mean to make anyone pick sides. Okay, I knew what Eric did to me wasn't great. Still, I didn't want to see him being treated like this. Anyway, I knew I couldn't think like this now, as I had a performance to prepare for. The anniversary concert was amazing. It felt so good being back on the stage in the place where it all began. Afterward, I went outside and sat down on a bench in the garden to catch some fresh air. It was a bit chilly, and I started shivering. Suddenly, I felt someone put a jacket over my shoulders and say, "You never know how to take care of yourself, huh?" I turned around and saw that it was Eric. Our eyes met, and it felt awkward. I didn't want anything to do with him anymore, so I gave him back his jacket and walked past him. But suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please wait. Can we talk for a minute?" I replied, "There's nothing to talk about." He was about to say something when suddenly Clara showed up and said, "Well, well, what do we have here? If you keep clinging onto her like that, others might think you're having an affair with her." I was startled and quickly yanked my arm away, then stepped back. Clara continued, "That's better now. You know, Haley, he has a girlfriend, so you shouldn't be so flirty." Eric grabbed my hand and tried dragging me away. Ugh, all these physical contacts were giving me mixed feelings. Why couldn't he and his annoying girlfriend just leave me alone? Then luckily, Phil showed up and said, "Hey, jerk, let her go!" Eric glared angrily back at Phil and said, "Excuse me, but who are you to say that?" Then Phil pulled me back to his side, and the two of them had a stare-off. Clara, who was clearly annoyed that no one was paying her any attention, looked at Eric and said in an ironic voice, "Babe, they're superstars now. We shouldn't mess with them." And then she tried to lock arms with him, but Eric just pushed her away. That made her even more frustrated, so she turned to me and Phil and continued, "Congratulations on your big success. You both worked hard. Or maybe it was just Phil. I mean, without his songs, you'd be nothing." Irritated, I mumbled, "Watch your mouth, Clara." But she didn't care, and turned to Phil saying, "Oh, Phil, you should have let me sing your songs. I bet they would have been #1 on Billboard, or even won Song of the Year. But no, you've wasted them on her. What a pity." Oh God, I hated her. Why did she always have to act like such a diva? I was going to give her a piece of my mind when suddenly Eric spoke up. "Don't be ridiculous. Haley is really talented, and her voice skills are perfect." Then Phil added, "Haley is beginning to compose some pretty awesome songs. Also, her voice complements my music perfectly, while you two only get attention because of your dating rumors." Well, Phil's last comment left Eric and Clara speechless. Then Phil led me inside. Clara just flipped her hair and said, "Let's go, babe," and walked away. But Eric didn't follow her. It was all so confusing. Why had he stood up for me against Clara? She was his girlfriend, right? So why would he treat her like that in front of us? Something was up, definitely, but I had no time to let it bother my mind. It's best to stay away from them, I guessed. The next day, Phil and I headed back to LA to continue our work. For months, Dean had been talking about hosting a mini show for us, and finally the plan was coming together. And the show would be called Haley and Phil, Our Journey Begins. It was exciting, as this was our first mini show ever. We rehearsed day and night for it, hoping to bring flawless performances to our fans. The day of the mini show arrived swiftly, and everything was going great as planned. But then, there was a small problem. There was nobody else backstage to help me zip my dress. Oh no, this was really urgent. I had to get on stage right now. Then Dean appeared to see where I was, so I awkwardly asked him for help. As he zipped up my dress, a camera flashed. What was that? Did somebody just secretly take a picture of me? I turned to Dean and gave him an anxious look. Then he ran outside to see who it was. But the corridor was empty. Hey, it's Haley again. So, as amazing as being famous is, it also comes with some problems. The first one being Eric. Having a famous ex around is awkward. Secondly, it's all the unknowns that being in the public eye brought with it. For instance, I was currently backstage at my first mini show, terrified, because I was pretty sure someone just took a picture of me in an unzipped dress. I worriedly looked at Dean. Did you see who that was? Why would someone take those kind of pictures? Oh no, what if they sell them to the press? Dean gave me a reassuring look and said,
Don't worry. I promise I'll definitely find out who did it. Now, please relax, as your performance is in any minute, and you wouldn't want to let this affect it, right?
Then I watched him leave. What he said made sense. This was an important show for me and Phil, so I couldn't mess things up. When I was on the stage, I pushed all my worries to the side and concentrated on what I did best, singing my heart out. Afterward, we hung around and had a little fan meeting. It was crazy being around people that knew my name and wanted selfies with me. Phil was getting plenty of attention too. It seemed he was a hit with the fangirls. I heard them saying how handsome they thought he was, and so cool. Phil may have kept a straight face, but I knew he liked it really. I mean, come on, who wouldn't? Then, someone even shouted that Phil and I made a beautiful couple. Phil almost burst out laughing, and I just smiled shyly. Then one girl asked me if I had any plans besides singing. I didn't know how to answer, as I'd never thought about doing anything besides singing before.
You should be a vlogger, one girl suggested. Or you could be in movies,
another said. Oh, that didn't sound too bad. Thinking about it, trying something new alongside my singing might help promote our music and increase my popularity. It was definitely something to consider, thanks to my awesome fans. Then, as luck would have it, I found out that a famous director was holding auditions for a supporting role in his project. It was a perfect chance for beginners like me to learn from these veteran actors. Besides, it wouldn't take much time, so I could still have time for music. So I immediately signed up to participate. The day of the casting arrived, and I was excited, but also really worried. The last time I'd attended an audition was during my freshman year of swing club. Wow, time sure does fly. I was sitting in the waiting room when I saw a familiar face sitting in the corner. It was Eric. He must have been trying out for a part too. Suddenly, our eyes met, but I immediately avoided his gaze. My heart began to skip a beat, and it wasn't due to nerves. It was down to seeing him. Even after all this time, he still had that effect on me. Sigh. Before I could decide whether I should go and say hi to him or not, a very hot guy walked over to me. I recognized him from a few hit movies and knew he was a big deal. He smiled at me and said,
"Are you Haley? As in, the singer?"
I nodded back, awestruck that this super famous guy knew who I was. He sat down next to me and asked me if I was worried about my audition. I told him I was a bit, so he started telling me about some of his previous auditions and experiences. At first, it was great hearing this stuff from a pro, but then he asked me if I wanted to hang out with him on the weekend. I started to feel a bit uncomfortable because of his flirty behaviors, but I didn't know how to politely say no. I tried to avoid his eyes while thinking of an excuse, And suddenly, I thought of Eric, so I glanced over in his direction. But he'd gone. Meanwhile, that actor guy started to move closer to me, wrapped his arm around my shoulder, and stroked my hair. I kind of started to panic. Then suddenly, I felt someone grabbing my hand and pulling me away. Turns out, it was Eric. What was he doing? Eric pulled me to the balcony at the end of the hallway. I glared at him. What was that for? I'm not yours to drag to places whenever you want. He replied,
I don't like you chatting with other guys, especially not slimeballs like him.
I felt my heart beating faster, but I tried to keep my cool as I replied, You have no say in who I can and can't talk to. We're not even friends. Eric looked at me with sad eyes.
I'm so sorry, Haley. I don't want it to be like this. Please forgive me. I miss you.
This was so typical of Eric, winding me up before my audition. So I growled out, Sorry is no use to me. You have no idea how much you hurt me. Unexpectedly, he replied,
I will break up with Clara. Well, no. The truth is, there was nothing between me and Clara in the first place.
Ha! That sounds familiar. You must have said the same thing to Clara to be with her while you were still dating me, right? I said, then started to walk off. He replied with a low voice.
Everything was forced by the company.
I stopped on the spot and looked at him, then angrily said, Oh, you think I'll trust you again? I'm no longer the innocent girl who believes everything you say. After a moment of silence, he sighed, then told me everything. When he rose to fame and was working with Clara, she was always openly showing affection for him, even though Eric has told her to stop many times, and once she even confessed her feelings towards him. He rejected her immediately, as he was with me and didn't like her in that way. I rolled my eyes and said, Yeah, right. If you really rejected her feelings right away, then things wouldn't be this way. Eric cut off my words.
Please just listen to me first.
Then he continued.
Clara didn't take the rejection well, so she posted our photo on Instagram and spread rumors with the press that we were dating. At the time, I was furious and wanted to correct the press, but Will stopped me. He even said that our dating rumors were getting a very good response from our fans, so he told me to go along with it.
I looked straight at him and said, Okay, so there's nothing between the two of you, but you still chose to listen to the company and leave me without any explanation, right? He said,
I'm so sorry, but they promised me that it'd only be until the duet with Clara was released. Besides, they even offered to help you become famous once it's done. That's why I endured it all. I did it for you.
Whoa, this whole thing was unbelievable. I didn't expect that company to be that bad, but thank God that it turned out there was really nothing between Eric and Clara, just as I suspected. So I said, You didn't have to do that. I can stand up on my own. Then Eric smiled at me and held my hand.
Yep, I shouldn't worry so much, since my girl here is so talented. Haley, I messed up, but I did it with good intentions. Can you forgive me?
My feelings were really chaotic, surprised, happy, and guilty at the same time. As confusing as it all was, I knew that I still loved Eric. So with teary eyes, I nodded. Then he pulled me into his arms. Suddenly, I remembered one thing. I asked him, what about the bouquets? You sent me those purple peonies, right? He shyly nodded.
Yes, they were from me, so you'd know I was thinking about you.
I squeezed him tight and whispered a thank you. I couldn't believe all this, as if I just got a huge weight off my shoulders now that everything has been resolved. After that, I did my audition. I'm not sure how well it went, as my mind was elsewhere. Afterward, Eric drove me to a secluded part of the beach, and we held hands and went for a walk on the sand. I felt so happy to see the old Eric again, the real him, the one I'd fallen in love with. So, you see, Eric and I got back together, but of course, we kept it a secret from the public. Only our close friends knew about it. I told Anna and Kurt over video call, and Anna cheered, but Kurt was a bit more skeptical and told me to be careful, as once a snake, always a snake. But I didn't think much about it, as me and Eric were in our own euphoria. Everything seemed to be going well, too well. And then, something terrible happened. One day, I was having a slump while trying to compose my first song at home, so I surfed the internet for a bit, hoping to find some inspiration. Then suddenly, I saw my name trending on Twitter, so I quickly clicked on one article. The article said that I was a rude and disrespectful girl. What? They even confirmed that the news was revealed by a veteran actor in the showbiz world, but no name was given. Could it have been that actor guy from the audition? Surely, the fact that Eric suddenly pulled me away had irritated him, but he turned out to be not much of a decent guy either. And the problem is that in Hollywood, rumors have a way of sticking. As a result, a few of my advertising contracts were canceled, and so were some of our gigs. One teen magazine even called the office to tell us that they wouldn't publish my interview anymore, as I was a bad influence on their young readers. It was so embarrassing. I was struggling, but our company too had a hard time dealing with this scandal. I felt guilty, as it could affect the entire company's image, but both Dean and Phil reassured me that it would pass, and that malicious rumors came with the fame. I tried to stay strong and believe it would blow over, but then my anti-fan base grew. There were forums and hate clubs all about me. You know, even if you read 1,000 compliments, that one negative comment is the only thing that's left on your mind. I tried not to read them, but they were everywhere, saying horrible stuff about my singing, my outfits, and the way I look. One afternoon, I was lying in bed thinking, when suddenly I heard the doorbell. I feared that it was one of the anti-fans who'd come to throw paint on me or something. I peeked through the peephole and saw Eric standing there with a big hat and sunglasses. OMG! What was he doing here? I quickly opened the door and nervously looked around, then hissed at him. Eric, what are you doing here? Someone might spot you. He replied,
Haley, you're the most important person in my life. I'd trade it all for you.
His kind words made me so happy. That day, Eric cooked me a delicious meal. Then he taught me how to deal with haters and ignore the comments. I thought I was the luckiest girl in the world. But unfortunately, everything didn't stop there. Hi, it's me, Haley again. So, a chance encounter at an audition meant that I reconnected with Eric, and after he explained that his relationship with Claire was fake, we got back together. Things were going great, but then some mean, fake rumors about me started, and my anti-fan base began to grow. It was okay though because I had Eric, and being with him made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. He went out of his way to cheer me up by surprising me with cute gifts and cooking for me. It was hard keeping our relationship a secret. I really wanted to go public with him so we could be seen together like a normal couple. For our anniversary, Eric called me up and told me that he had a surprise for me. He told me to dress up and come outside as he was waiting for me. I asked him where he was taking me, but he just laughed and said,
Babe, just come down quickly and I'll let you know.
I got ready and rushed out to his car. There he was, dressed all smartly and looking so cute. He smiled at me and said,
I wanted to take you out, so I've booked a private cinema room for us. It's out of the city center, so we won't be spotted.
I hugged him in excitement. I hadn't gone to the cinema since forever. And with Eric? Yay! This would be really awesome. I know. I had the sweetest, most romantic boyfriend ever. However, it wasn't long before my bubble burst. We arrived at the cinema to paparazzi everywhere. How could this be? On seeing our car, they immediately turned their cameras to us and went into a flashing frenzy. We had no choice but to cancel the date and go back home. Such a bummer. And that was scary too. How had they found out about our plan? Back at my place, we ordered pizza and watched a romantic movie. As good as it was spending time with Eric, I couldn't shake my sadness away. On sensing my mood, he patted my head and comforted me that everything would be okay, and we could date out next time. The next day, when I woke up and surfed Twitter, as expected, the news about me and Eric's relationship was everywhere. I was made to be the villain who'd gotten in the way of Eric and Clara's dreamy love story. I scanned over some of the negative comments about me. One said, "Poor Haley, beautiful voice, but a vile boyfriend thief." And another said, "Is Eric blind? Clara's so much prettier than her. I guess he must like mean girls." The whole thing sucked, and I felt dreadful. I wasn't a boyfriend stealer, nor was I a rude or horrible person. Worse still, some comments made out I was two-timing Phil with Eric. Ugh! Phil and I were just friends. Now I was famous, my private life wasn't so private anymore. The world felt like they owned me and could therefore say whatever hurtful and untrue things they wanted to. It seemed the truth didn't matter, not when lies made stories. Luckily, my loyal fans were still by my side to protect and comfort me. "Haley, I'll always believe you. Haley, don't worry, we will always love you," and so on. These messages were so sweet, and they supported me a lot. Right, I just needed to focus on working and composing songs for my next album. My talent and effort would be the best comeback to all the haters. Indeed, after a few weeks, everything settled down. However, it wasn't long before another storm came. One night, I was at a party to celebrate the new product launch of the cosmetic brand I represent. Of course, there were a bunch of celebs and paparazzi at the party. Even Eric attended. Because of the recent rumors, we just smiled and then chatted with other guests. I also saw Clara. She was talking to Jane, Dean's wife. On seeing me, Clara just smirked and looked away. But whatever, she could be that way if she wanted. While I was talking to the brand representative, I saw Jane coming over to me with a glass of wine in her hand. I thought she wanted to say hi to me or something, so I turned and smiled at her. But then I realized that she looked quite angry. She pulled out a photo and yelled at me. "Say it! What happened between you and my husband?" Confused, I looked at the photo. Oh no, it was the one where Dean was zipping up my dress at the mini show. It was completely innocent. But the picture made us both look so guilty. "Who gave you this pic? It's not what you think. He just helped me." Without letting me finish my sentence, she shouted angrily, "How dare you seduce my husband? Aren't you in a relationship with Eric? Or Phil or something? It seems that you dare to do everything to be famous, right?" I tried explaining it to her, but she was too angry to listen. I asked her to go somewhere else more private to talk, as there were many people here, but this made her more furious, and she yelled at me that I was the third wheel who stole her husband. We immediately caught the attention of everyone at the party. They gathered around us and kept pointing at us and whispering. She glared at me as she said, "It's time girls like you were taught a lesson." I saw that she was about to splash her wine over me, so I quickly covered my face with my hands. But at that point, someone appeared in front of me. I looked up and saw Eric with a wine-soaked face. Oh no! I was confused and didn't know what to do next. This was out of control. Then Clara appeared, grabbed Jane's hand, and told her to calm down and think about how this would affect Dean's career. They both left after that. I grabbed a napkin and tried to wipe Eric's face, but he shrugged me away and told me to go home before things worsened. I hesitated a bit, but I knew he was right. This night was a disaster. feeling so confused and upset, I went to the studio instead of coming back home. It was late, so there was no one there. I curled up on the couch and thought about things. The entertainment industry was so harsh. I'd just gained a bit of popularity, but a series of false scandals had already come up. After a while, I decided to text Eric. I felt really guilty about what had happened tonight and wanted to say sorry to him. But there was no reply. Maybe he was busy or something, I thought. I decided to wait for him to call me back. I must have fallen asleep as I woke up to Phil's voice.
Haley? What are you doing here? Are you okay? You didn't answer my calls.
I looked at my phone and saw dozens of missed calls and texts from Dean and Phil, but none from Eric. Then Dean also arrived and asked me to tell him everything that had happened last night. Afterward, he said that he'd talk to Jane and explain what really happened. And of course, the scandal had made the headlines. However, Dean told me not to worry and that he would find out who took that photo and make everything clear. Then, Dean's phone rang. It was the cosmetic brand from last night. Apparently, my scandals negatively had affected their brand image, and customers were threatening to boycott their products, so they were canceling all association with me and were demanding compensation. Whoa, I didn't expect things to have grown this bad, this quickly. So I searched social media and saw that the hashtag about me, Haley the Third Wheel, was trending at number 1, along with loads of negative comments branding me a man-stealer and saying that they'd never listen to my music again. My world collapsed. I felt like I would never prove myself innocent. The cosmetic brand was the first of many. Next, TV shows, concerts, and magazines all phoned in canceling. I felt like I was going crazy. The whole world seemed to be turning its back on me. Daystar fell into a crisis, to say the least. However, Dean and Phil still remained on my side and said that they would make everything clear and prove me innocent. The following days, I locked myself in my room and didn't want to meet anyone. While I was lying on my bed, the phone rang, and thinking that it was Eric, I immediately answered it. Turns out, it was the manager of another entertainment company. He said,
"Move to my company. I'm sure that I can make you more famous if you become my little lover."
OMG! I couldn't believe it. I hung up angrily without saying anything. How rude he was! I burst into tears. Everything was completely beyond my stamina. My friends and family constantly called and texted me to check if I was okay. They were really kind, but I still felt sad and lonely, as there was still no news from Eric. I'd not heard as much as a word from him since the party, even though I'd texted and called him hundreds of times. It was just like 3 years ago when I was in trouble. He was nowhere to be found. The sad memories of the past few years seemed to come to life again. Had Kurt been right all along? Had Eric come back to me just for fame, not for love? So now, when my scandals were everywhere, he immediately disappeared in order not to be involved. I didn't want to believe it, but how could I think otherwise? Anna and Kurt were in a different state, but they still rushed to LA to take care of me. Meanwhile, my so-called boyfriend who lived in the same city as me couldn't be any less bothered. I was so grateful to have Anna and Kurt there, so I told them everything that had happened between me and Eric. Anna was furious and said that Eric was just a psychopath who wanted to take advantage of my love. I sighed. Was she right? Did he just want to play with my feelings? Whatever. All of this had been too much for me. I just wanted to throw it all away and catch a break from this dramatic life, now that my friends were all here. Some days later, one night, when Anna and I were watching a film together, the phone rang. Someone said that Kurt was hospitalized because he got in a fight or something. Anna and I immediately rushed to the hospital, which was swarming with paparazzi. Huh? What was this about? Why were they here? I didn't know what was going on, but that surely couldn't be a good sign. Hello guys, it's me again, Haley. In the last episode, after saving me from a sudden tantrum of Dean's wife, Eric disappeared again with no reason and couldn't even be bothered to answer my calls. In addition, the constant wave of criticism from anti-fans made me even more depressed. Now, my career was on the rocks, along with my relationship with Eric. Worrying for me, Anna and Kurt jumped on a plane to visit and stay with me for a while to make sure I was okay. Then one night, Anna received a phone call saying that Kurt had gotten into a fight and was at the hospital. We rushed there to find the place swarming with paparazzi. Were they here for me? But how did they know that I was coming? Whatever, I needed to go check on my friend right now. On the way to Kurt's room, we passed an open door, so I peered inside. And surprisingly, I saw Eric sitting on a bed and a nurse was tending to his bloodied nose. Will and Clara were also there. He was busy on his phone. She was standing next to Eric. Immediately, Anna and I looked at each other. That explained the paparazzi mob out there. And surely it couldn't be a coincidence that both Eric and Kurt were here, right? On seeing Eric, my heart tightened. I just wanted to run over to him and be by his side, but he just turned away as soon as his eyes met mine. Sensing how I was feeling, Anna took my hand and pulled me away. When we came to Kurt's room, we hurried over to him and asked if he was okay. Fortunately, he only had a few cuts and bruises. Then I said, "Glad you're okay, Kurt. Now let's get out of here first. I don't think we should stay here for long." Right at that moment, Phil arrived. News traveled fast in Hollywood, and he'd read about the fight on the internet and came straight here to find out what had happened. We left via the back door to avoid the news-hungry reporters. Once we were safe in Phil's car, Anna grew impatient. "Now, can you tell us the whole story? What happened? I thought you were going to see your friend's band." Kurt grimaced. "Geez, let me catch a breath first. I'm starving now after all that fighting. Let's go grab something to eat. Then I'll tell you about it." Anna reluctantly nodded in agreement, so Phil drove us through a nearby drive-thru. Then, while munching on his burger, Kurt started the story. "The thing is, I was at the concert, and Eric too, as you can tell. Halfway through the show, I went to the bathroom and bumped into him, but we just ignored each other. Then as I was leaving the men's room, I heard a familiar voice down the hallway, so I stopped for a second and realized that it was Eric talking to his manager, saying, 'All right, I'll do as you wish. I'll cut things off with Haley.'" "Oh my, did he really say that?" Anna exclaimed. "Yes, that was what first popped up in my mind too." Kurt continued. "You guys, I was so mad that I ran over to him and punched him right in his dumb face. That's how we ended up fighting. Haley, I warned you before. Eric only wants to feed off the perks of your fame. The first sign of trouble and he's off." Anna and Phil also agreed with Kurt and showed their strong dissatisfaction with Eric. As for me, I just gazed out the window and felt so heavy-hearted. It's the same as it was years ago. And here I was, heartbroken all over again. Anna patted me on the shoulder and asked if I was okay. I laughed and said, "It's okay. I'm fine. Nothing he does surprises me anymore." Even though I'd told her that, I couldn't shake the feeling in my heart that there was more to this story. Maybe Kurt misunderstood what was said. I mean, he's always been hot-headed and somewhat hostile toward Eric. That night, I couldn't sleep. Instead, I scrolled through my phone and reminisced on old pictures of Eric and me. We looked so happy back then. Now it was such a mess. My tears kept pouring out until I fell asleep. I woke up late in the next morning and lazily reached out for my phone. My eyes widened when I saw Anna's Instagram post. There, laid out for the world to see, was the story of Eric and me, including our blossoming love back at high school, how I'd asked his now manager to give him a chance, supported him by flying out to LA, and always being there for him when he needed me, and how in return he'd betrayed me, not once, but twice. To back this up, she'd also attached lots of pictures of Eric and me looking all loved up. Anna's post had gone viral, and there were already hundreds of comments from fans and followers. Most of them were sympathetic toward me and unkind to Eric. Then I read some of today's news stories, which exposed Eric with the headlines, "Eric the Betrayer," and "The True Face of Eric." I felt a pang in my heart. I know he messed up, but I didn't want this to happen to him. I called and messaged him immediately, but he didn't answer. OMG, why was everything so messed up? I ran to the kitchen to find Anna making coffee, as if nothing had happened. I waved the post in her face and said, "Anna, what have you done?" She just shrugged and replied, "He deserved it, Haley. I wasn't going to stand by and watch your career landslide because of that jerk. The world needs to know the truth. You can't just take this all on yourself alone." I then begged her to take the post down, and eventually she agreed to. Not that it made any difference, as everyone had already seen it. I didn't agree with what Anna had done, but I couldn't blame her for doing it. She just wanted to protect me and hated seeing me so upset. And her plan worked, as I was no longer portrayed as the villain in the media's eyes, and the number of followers on my fan pages also increased significantly. Things seemed to simmer down after a few days, and I've decided that I just needed to erase Eric out of my mind once and for all, as all these dramas have been taking up too much time for me to work on my music. But then one day, I arrived home from the studio to find Will waiting outside my apartment. He told me that he wanted to have a private talk with me about Eric. I didn't want to deal with any of this, but I didn't want to cause a public scene either, so I told him to come inside. As soon as we sat down, he glared at me and said, "I hope you're happy with yourself, as you've successfully damaged Eric's career for your own selfish needs. But remember that he's the star, not you. And unless you do something to rectify this, I will make sure you're never hired again." I was furious. How dare this man come into my home and threaten me? Okay, you can try what you like, but blaming me won't work. It's all on you. Eric told me everything. I know that you and your company forced him to date Clara. He sneered. "You silly little girl. You think Eric did it because I forced him? Obviously not. He's a grown man, and he's smart enough to know that if he denied that dating rumor, then it would affect his duet project with Clara, and also their reputation, so he just went along with it, and even asked me to help cover up this fake relationship. He chose fame, not you." I sat there speechless. I didn't want to believe what Will was saying, but how could I not? He said exactly what I doubted about. At the first sign of trouble, Eric left me and ran to Clara for his own good. And this time, history repeated itself all over again. After Will left, I felt so empty inside. Nothing, just me, staring into a void, trying to deny this reality. But what's the point? Everything was meaningless now. So, in sorrow, I went to a bar in town and started drinking in order to forget my troubles. The next thing I remember was Anna showing up. Turns out she'd called me, but I was too drunk, so the barman took the call and told her to come and pick me up. The next morning, I woke up on the couch with a terrible headache. Anna was asleep on the beanbag next to me. She must have been so tired from taking care of me all night. Thank you, Anna. You're an amazing friend. I covered her with a blanket and prepared her a glass of milk with a thank you note. Then I went out for a walk to refresh my mind. I put my headphones in and let the music guide me. Before I realized it, I'd wandered over to Daystar Records. I smiled as I reminded myself why I came to LA in the first place. It was to make my singing dreams come true. I'd come so far, and that was down to hard work and determination. I couldn't give up now. I could get through this, I thought to myself, then took a deep breath of fresh morning air. But then I saw someone lying on the doorstep of the studio, clutching an empty bottle of wine. I peered down at them. Eric? Why was he here? I immediately turned around and started to walk off. I couldn't keep on letting Eric pull me down. He's just a stranger to me now. That's what my mind told me, but my body didn't listen. Before I could stop myself, I rushed back over to him and gently shook him. Hey, wake up, Eric. You'll catch a cold. He woke up, looked around, then appeared startled when he saw it was me. He looked so bad, as if he had something going on, and he had suffered a lot in a short amount of time. Then, with pleading eyes, he said,
Haley, please, I need to talk to you.
Hey, it's Haley here again. So, as you've known, Anna has told the whole world the truth about Eric and me. Now, everyone knew that he chose fame over me, and then played with my heart. A lot was going on, and I was so confused. So after a heavy night, I went for a walk to clear my head. And who should I see sleeping in front of Daystar Records? But Eric! Even though Eric had just broken my heart again, I couldn't bear seeing him like this. So when he asked to have a talk with me, I softly said, Let's get you out of here first. I helped Eric walk to the nearby park, and we sat on a bench hidden away in the corner to avoid people's eyes. Eric was still half asleep with his head between his hands, so I went to grab us some coffees. I bought him a cup of latte. How pathetic! After all the pain that he gave me, I still remembered every little fact about him, such as this one, about how he hated black coffee. So I couldn't help but let out a bitter smile thinking about it. I sat down next to Eric, handed him the coffee, and said, Here, drink it. Then you'll be sober enough to say whatever you feel you need to. Eric took the coffee, but he started talking in a rush, as if he feared I was going to just leave.
Haley, I'm so sorry. I've been so foolish living under the control of others. Well, I should have protected you.
I didn't expect him to start off like that right away. I didn't know what to say. Eric seemed to notice my silence, so he forced a laugh to erase the tense atmosphere and carried on.
How did I even get here while being so wasted? Perhaps it's because my head is always full of you. Haley, I know nothing I do could ever make it all up for you anymore. I don't know what to do. I've run out of energy to live like this. I just want to go back to being a normal, happy teenager who just simply loves music.
Okay, this was strange, as I'd never seen Eric like this before. It's like his whole world had just collapsed at his feet. He has been defeated. I couldn't keep up my cold facade anymore, so in a soft voice I replied, Eric, you're a strong man. You can get through this and make it right. He looked a bit brighter as he saw me talking to him again, so I continued. I know we viewed LA as this promised dreamland, but maybe the reality of it is different. It's ruthless out here, but I can honestly say that singing and making music with Phil during this past year has been the happiest time of my life. Eric, I don't know if you share the same feelings, but it seems like LA has turned you into someone you're not and erased the flame in your eyes. Eric looked sad as he sighed out,
Maybe it has.
Whoa, his words surprised me. What happened to the optimistic boy who believed nothing was impossible? The one who always picked me up every time I was lost and upset. That's when I realized he needed my help more than ever in this moment. So I put my hand on his shoulder and said, Remember that music is our happy place, not our burden. When things are at their hardest for me, I turn to music. So we should never let other things ruin this pure passion of ours. Let's just put aside all the dramas and whatever's between us. I truly hope you will soon find the real you again. Make it worth it, Eric. because I don't think your 16-year-old self would have wanted you to end up like this." I could tell that my words had hit home. He sat up straight and looked far away with determination in his eyes. I'd said all I needed to say, so I gave him an encouraging smile and bid him goodbye before leaving. "Take care, Eric. I hope to read good news about you soon." That conversation to me was a good closure for our relationship. It's officially over now, no matter what the truth was. I didn't want to be bothered anymore. I've made my decision. Life must go on, and I'd rather put my heart and soul into my music. But then, news of Eric came sooner than I expected, and I'm not sure if it was good or bad. I was having dinner alone at home and channel hopping when I came across an entertainment news on TV that was talking about Eric. The anchor delivered the news that was just in that Eric wanted to terminate the contract with his company. There was even a rumor that during a meeting, he punched his manager, Will. Not only that, but Eric also accused his company of interfering in his private life and forcing him to fake a relationship with Clara. I was so shocked that I dropped my bowl of salad. If he dared to let this out in public, then it must have been the truth, right? Whoa. Exposing his company like this was an extremely risky move, as they were a powerful force. Now what would he do? A few days later, Eric showed up at Daystar Records. I thought he was there to see me, but he said he needed to talk to Phil and wanted me to hear it too. I was confused. What did Eric have to say to Phil? And why did he want me to be a part of it? Eric looked exhausted, and I could see the dark circles under his eyes. He seemed hesitant, as if he didn't know where to begin. Finally, he started telling Phil and me that he wanted to terminate the contract with his company, but he needed Phil's help. Turns out, when Eric let his company know about his decision, they threatened him that if he left them, they would destroy his career path, and every song he had performed would belong to them. It meant that Eric would have to start again at the very beginning to continue following his passion for music. Wow, I knew those people were ruthless, but this was cruel. Still, I was confused as to why Eric was seeking out Phil's help. But then Eric turned to Phil and said, "I was hoping that you'd be able to help, seeing as you composed some of my songs." What? Phil had written songs for Eric? No one had ever told me about this. Eric continued, "Plus, with your family's influence on the industry, my company probably won't be able to abuse their power anymore. Look, what I'm trying to say is, I know I've messed up, and I've been a jerk to you, but the truth is, I respect everything you and your family have done for the music industry. So, I've come to you as a fellow musician, asking if you can help me get copyright for those songs." I sat there open-mouthed. Turns out, Phil is the musician who composed some of Eric's hit songs under his stage name. In fact, Phil comes from a family that has a strong position in this industry. His mom is a famous singer, and his dad is a well-known producer. But he never mentioned it because he wanted to earn recognition from people on his own merits. I already knew that Phil also composed music for other artists, but I had no idea that he'd written some of Eric's hit songs. What a mysterious genius! With reluctance, Phil replied, "Eric, I'm sorry, but it's out of my hands, as the copyright of all those songs belonged to the record label the moment I signed the contract." Eric couldn't hide his sad look, as he thanked Phil and said that he would figure another way out. But then he turned to me and asked if we could talk. I led him into the room next door. Eric sat down next to me and buried his head in his hands. "I'm so sorry, Haley. I've been a coward. Fame turned me into someone I don't want to be, and now I'm trying to put it right. I was so concerned with my career that I'd agreed to Will's ludicrous demands." He looked at me with sad eyes, then continued, "I naively believed him when he said I only needed to pretend to date Clara for a short time. A week turned into another week, then a month, and there's no excuse for how I treated you. I lost true love for fake fame, and I will be forever regretful of this." As I listened to Eric, I didn't feel angry toward him anymore. Instead, I sympathized with him. Will manipulated him. He was nothing but a puppet for him to control as he saw fit. But there was one thing I couldn't figure out, so I asked Eric. After the party and the incident with Dean's wife Jane, why did you just vanish like that? He took my hand and said,
Clara was jealous, so she hired people to stalk you, and one of them took that photo of you and Dean. Then Clara showed it to Jane to cause a fuss. I knew she was behind it, so I confronted her. Only, she seemed proud of her actions. She told me if I didn't cut all contact with you, she'd share that picture on the internet, and she'd make it her mission to turn the world against you.
Sighing, I said, Eric, you should have been honest with me. He said,
I know. I'm sorry, Haley. It wasn't just Clara. It was Will, too. He told me that he would do anything in his power to destroy your career if I continued to see you. Besides, I thought you'd be better off without me. All I've done is caused you pain, and unintentionally damage your career, when all I ever set out to do was protect you.
I was touched, but angry at Eric at the same time by what he told me. I had no clue that Eric had to bear all those pressures alone, just to protect me. He had even been hitted by Kurt. I choked, trying to speak up. Idiot! They can start whatever ridiculous rumors they like about me, but they can never threaten my career. But Eric forced a smile.
I know. You're an unstoppable force. I'm glad you finally know the whole truth. I hope one day you can find a way to forgive me.
It felt good to have cleared the air, but so much had happened between us, and I wasn't ready to move on from that. So I hugged him, wished him the best, and told him that I needed time. The most important thing for Eric right now was to escape from his evil company's control, and I wanted to help him do this if I could. Will was a big name in the industry, and he had a lot of powerful connections, so leaving wouldn't be easy for Eric, as Will would go out of his way to make sure that no other companies would work with him again. Eric and I parted on good terms, and I wished him all the best. Now, it was time for me to focus on myself. Well, that was the plan. But then about a week after that, I was on my way to an event I was performing at, and scrolling through my phone when I saw there was breaking news regarding Eric. Hey, it's Haley here. I'm finally back with the last part of my story. Thank you guys for staying with me up until now. So, I finally knew the truth about Eric and why he treated me the way he had. It was all down to his manipulative boss, Will. Now, he was desperate to break free from his evil company and make music his own way. I was en route to perform at a charity concert when I saw that everyone was tweeting about an interview with Eric that was currently streamed live on YouTube, so I quickly tuned in, as I had spare time to kill anyway. The host was asking him to address the rumors of him wanting to leave his company, due to some conflicts. Eric forced a smile, then spoke up.
I've always wanted to be a singer. The thought of turning my passion into a career was my dream. The problem with dreams is that they don't always turn out as envisioned, especially when working with a company with different views to mine. For me, it's always been about the music. But unfortunately, I've lost sight of that during the past. So, in light of this, I have decided to leave my current management company. Even though I'm encountering a lot of trouble coming to an agreement on this with the company, I'll leave no matter what it takes. I want to become an artist who will leave a legacy, earned from hard work and talent, not from scandals and shocking news stories. So to my fans, to people who support me, everyone, please wait a little bit more for a brand new Eric. I definitely won't let you down.
Wow! He'd found the strength to put the truth out there in his own words. Throughout the interview, he also unfolded some other manipulative things that the company had done to him. The comment section also went so crazy that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of what everyone was saying. I could only hope they were all positive reactions. And from now on, there was no going back for him anymore, only forward. He had chosen to risk it all, so now, at least, he was free to do anything he wanted without being controlled. I was so proud and happy for him. I was about to text Eric, but at that moment, the driver pulled up outside of the venue. Since I was the opening act, I had to go get ready first. After the performance, I sat down in the VIP area and grabbed my phone. I saw that Eric's interview had gone down well. Everyone was on his side. There were also some artists who stood up for him. I really hoped the pressure from the public would cause Eric's management company to let him go. And as expected, only 3 days later, news of Eric officially leaving the company was posted online. But he was still not allowed to sing the songs owned by the company, meaning that he would never sing the songs he was known for ever again. It couldn't have been easy for Eric to do this, so I decided to send him a message of support. I wish you all the best. Your talent will win out. I'm sure of it. Then Eric replied,
Thank you, Haley. Your words mean a lot to me.
Later that day, Phil came up to me in the studio and cut straight to the point.
Haley, I have something to ask you. You must have heard Eric's announcement, right? I was just thinking, maybe he could join us at Daystar? I mean, I could persuade Dean to accept him. I think he's talented and has the ability to develop his career. So it's such a waste if no one helps him. What do you think?
Thinking about it, this wasn't a bad idea. Daystar was a small record studio, so they didn't have to mind the interference from big-shot companies like Will's. In response to my silence, Phil immediately said,
But of course, this is only if you're okay with it.
I forced myself to speak. No, yeah, it's fine. Of course. I mean, Eric's a gifted person who was manipulated by his boss. He didn't deserve that. So yeah, we could help him start over. A week passed by. Then one morning, as I was walking to the studio, I saw Phil by the door. He grinned at me and said,
Hey, Hale, want to hear some good news?
Smiling, I replied, Sure, I'm always open to hearing some of that.
Dean made Eric an offer, and he accepted. He's signing the contract today. I mean, he's had to sell his property so he could compensate his previous company for leaving, but Daystar has agreed to contribute toward it.
I followed Phil towards Dean's office in silence. I was happy for Eric, but it was a lot to take in. I can honestly say I never saw this coming, but I guess it made perfect sense now in this situation. When we arrived, I saw Eric signing the contract. The scene took me back to the day Phil and I began our careers with Daystar. And now look at us. We'd come so far, and I knew that Eric could grow here too. Phil looked at me and said,
I promised to help him compose a few new songs to get him back on the musical path. But that means delaying our album for a bit. I'm okay with that. But are you?
I paused to think this through. Then I replied, It's okay. As much as I want to finish our album, I know it can wait. Eric needs this. I leaned on the wall as I looked over at a beaming Eric. He had a lot of hard work ahead of him, but this was hopefully the start of something amazing. 3 months passed, and Eric's new music video was released on our company channel. It was a massive hit, and he regained a lot of his former fan base, along with some new supporters. As for our album, well, it was released 4 months later. Turns out, it was worth the wait, as it was well received and helped us to gain in popularity. I was living my dream life. Sometimes, I still had to pinch myself to prove that it was real. This sounds like the end of my story, right? I mean, I finally achieved my dream to be a professional singer. But I'm not finished just yet. There's just one more thing I need to tell you about, and it concerns, yep, you guessed it, Eric. Since he joined Daystar, we became friends again, but it didn't go beyond that. We were both so busy with work and had so much history. I don't know, it just seemed easier to leave it at that. Sometimes I caught him looking at me, and I found myself wondering if he still had feelings for me. Then I reminded myself of how he'd treated me in the past, Could I ever trust him again? But then something happened, and it changed everything. My schedule had been crazy busy, so I often came home late. That's when I noticed the same car following me home. Then, when I looked out of my window, I'd see that blue car parked up outside. It stayed there the whole night, and sometimes, when I looked through the window, I could see this guy smoking and looking up at my apartment. I loved my fans, but this guy wasn't like my regular sweet fans that wanted selfies and hugs. No, his creepy behavior was freaking me out. So, I hired a bodyguard so I'd feel safe. It worked, as the stalker hasn't shown up since. But one evening, I was at a concert after party when my bodyguard said he had a family emergency and he had to go. He told me he would ring his colleague up and arrange for him to take me home. But then Eric, who was standing near, said,
Haley, I can take you home.
"Oh, I don't want to bother you," I flustered.
Well, I don't mind. I'd feel better knowing you got home safely,
Eric quickly said. I didn't want to be waiting around ages for a bodyguard I didn't know to show up, so I agreed. Besides, I hadn't seen the stalker in weeks, so I'd be fine, right? Wrong, as that night, my stalker showed up. On the way back, Eric noticed a car that seemed to be following us. I nervously turned to look back and realized it was that blue Chevrolet that has been haunting me for months. It's the stalker! Oh no! Why now? I gave Eric directions for a shortcut back to mine, hoping this would confuse the stalker. It seemed to work, as I couldn't see his car anymore. Then Eric said,
Haley, are you okay? Please don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you.
In the moment of danger, hearing his words like that made my heart skip a beat. I felt truly safe by his side. When he pulled up outside of my place, there was no sign of the stalker's car. Still, Eric insisted on walking me to my door. Suddenly, a figure jumped up out of the shadows and grabbed Eric, then threatened him with a weapon. I didn't know what to do. It was horrible. Then the stalker yelled,
Haley, I love you! You belong with me, not him! Come with me now, else he'll die!
My voice was shaking as I said back, No, please, I'll come with you. Please let him go. But then Eric yelled out,
Haley, go inside!
Then before I had time to process what he just said, he elbowed the stalker in the ribs and was tackling him to the ground. In a panic, I ran over and helped Eric by hitting the stalker with my purse. Fortunately, the bad guy passed out. Eric immediately went to check on me, asking if I was okay, as I quickly pulled my phone out to call the police. But the moment I looked up, I saw the stalker was no longer on the ground. He was charging up towards us with the weapon in his hand. Oh no, he's gonna hurt Eric! And without a second thought, without a moment to spare, I pushed Eric to the side and spread my arms out to cover him as I screamed, Watch out! And the stalker ended up hurting me.
No, Haley! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to! I love you!
The stalker said in a frenzy before he ran off. Eric rushed over to me and hugged me tightly. The last thing I saw before I passed out was his teary eyes looking down on me. The next time I opened my eyes, I looked around. It looked like the hospital. I was still alive. There was a sharp pain from my shoulder, and I noticed it was all bandaged up. I turned my head. Then I saw Eric asleep in the chair next to me. Turns out, I loved Eric so much that I was willing to sacrifice my own life for his. And turns out that he loved me so much that he was willing to sacrifice his for mine. Thinking about it, over the years, I'd always been torn between my love and faith for him. But now I knew which was more important. I coughed a few times, and he began to wake up. Groggily, he looked at me and said,
Haley, you're awake. Stay there. I'll get the doctor.
With my good arm, I pulled him back. Wait, Eric, you're not hurt, right? Did they catch him? Eric nodded.
Yeah, the cops found him a few blocks away in hysterics, as he thought he'd killed you.
Then in a serious voice, he said,
Haley, why did you do that? You could have died.
I looked at him as I replied, Eric, I'm sorry. In the past, I hurt you with my words, and I didn't believe you. But then, in that moment, I realized that I still love you. I couldn't watch you die. I started to choke up and burst into tears. Then Eric leaned in to kiss me. OMG. I hadn't felt warm and safe like this for such a long time. Then he let go, looked at me and said,
Haley, I love you too.
So, in the end, I realized that I deserved to be happy. And for me, I knew this meant I had to find a way of forgiving Eric and trusting him again. The road to fame has not been an easy one. I loved, I lost, and I faced rejection. But I never gave up. And even though I've had help and support from my amazing friends and family along the way, it was down to me to find the will to rise above the hard times and come out of them stronger than ever. If you have a dream, then be brave. Never give up. And above all else, follow your heart.